Okay, so I'm just now launching the election coverage. Hope that people start trickling in soon. Pretty excited for tonight. We're going to be doing an election coverage for several of the states that are going to be voting tonight. I don't know if I'm going to be on all the way till Washington is ready, but primarily we're going to be covering Michigan, of course, because they have the most important races going on. And I am from Michigan personally, so got a lot of things to cover there. So obviously, the most important election that I'm going to be covering is going to be the Senate race in Michigan, where you have a more progressive Abdul El-Sayed facing off against Haley Stevens, who is more of a moderate candidate. We're going to be covering a lot of that tonight. We're going to be covering Virginia coming up pretty soon. There's going to be a few different races there that I want to look into. I did make a little bit of a map for some of the different elections to follow. Obviously, Michigan Senate race, we got the Michigan governor race. We have some of the House districts, so Michigan 7th District, Michigan 10th District, the 11th District, 12th District, 13th District, and then there might be some interesting things going on in the 1st and 4th Districts. So almost all of the districts in Michigan are going to be having some interesting elections. So I'm going to be sharing my screen over here, my first screen. It's propagating over everything here. So here are the different races that we're going to be following today. We have obviously the Michigan races, all of these going down. We have some of the Virginia elections that are going to be going on today. Those are actually going to be dropping in first. We don't have any results in yet, but we're going to be looking into some of those coming up. Firstly, though, Michigan obviously has several important elections. I mean, New York Times is covering several of these, but I do want to drop in and follow some of the other ones that they're not covering. The first one I do want to cover, obviously, is going to be the Senate race. It's going to be the most important of the night. We have a lot of results that we're going to be covering. So the Senate race, McMorrow dropped out. For the Republican side, it's just going to be uncontested Mike Rogers, the nominee in 2024. So he is going to be expected to be the candidate to beat for the Democrats. Now, the Democrats here running are Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed. I will say I did personally work for Abdul El-Sayed in 2018 when he was running for governor at that time. So that's one race I can't really hide my bias on, even though I will try to be unbiased for most of the coverage here. I do think that that should be a good one to cover. So a lot of the recent polling has indicated that Abdul does have a pretty significant lead, but obviously anything can happen. I'm not going to put any betting markets up here tonight just because I don't want to promote any gambling. But the betting markets have him as a 95-5 favorite at the very least. So it's expected that he's going to win by around 15%. So we'll have to look at what's going to go on at that time when the results start dropping. Now, for the governor, there are two Democrats running for governor. Jocelyn Benson, widely expected to win. She's the current Secretary of State. And then there's Chris Swanson, who's a Genesee County Sheriff. I do know some people in Genesee County that like him, but he's not expected to be able to defeat a statewide well-known candidate like Jocelyn Benson. So that should be interesting. The Republican primary is a little bit more divided. I do believe that Mike Cox dropped out, and I think Eric Nesbitt also dropped out. John James was endorsed by Donald Trump. Perry Johnson is running as kind of more conservative candidate to John James. He's I think he's a millionaire, self-funded businessman, and he funded a lot of ads throughout the state of Michigan. And for those in Michigan that are watching, they might have seen plenty of his ads that happened. He was really going hard on John James. He said that he was liberal. He tried to call him a loser for previous elections he's lost. But all of that probably is not going to, oh, that's awesome. You voted early today from Wisconsin. Yes, we love to see people voting early. We love to see people voting. And so there's going to be a lot of people that are tuning in. John James, like I was saying, was attacked pretty heavily by Perry Johnson, but he's very well liked among Republicans in the state of Michigan. One thing I will note is this was expected to be a more competitive general election. The Detroit mayor was a former Detroit mayor was running, but he did drop out. He was running as an independent, and he dropped out of the election. So it's going to just be the Democrats versus the Republicans, and there will not be Mike Duggan, who's running for the governor race anymore. He dropped out. He may endorse the Democrat. I'm not entirely certain what will happen in the end, but he completely is dropped out of the race. There's going to be a few different House races that I want to cover. The Virginia results are in, but the polls have closed, but none of the results are in. So I'm just going to go over the House races here. The first one we're going to cover is this 7th congressional districts. Okay, someone hopes he loses. Okay. He's probably going to win. I don't think that's going to be too controversial. He's probably going to win. He's significantly outpaced Stevens in the last couple of weeks in the polls. So anything can happen. I do remember in 2016, Bernie Sanders came out of nowhere and won the Michigan Democratic primary despite being down in the polls by 15, 20%. It has happened before. Primaries are very hard to poll, so we can't really sit around and predict the final result until the real results start dropping in. So this is an interesting election. In the 7th district, it's a very competitive swing district that the Republicans currently hold. I believe it's Barrett's district. Historically was Slotkin's district. Slotkin's the incumbent senator for Michigan that's not up for the ballot this year. So there was a three-way race here, and it was William Lawrence who's running at the progressive end of it. It's Matt Masdam who's running as more of a moderate, and then Bridget Brink is kind of also a moderate that's tried to win the appeal of voters in the district. Now, Bridget Brink was doing particularly well in a lot of the early polls, but she's really not expected to do very well in this election because Alyssa Slotkin endorsed Matt Masdam, which came as a surprise to a lot of people because he was polling pretty well behind in third. William Lawrence has been winning in a lot of the polls that have come out recently, and he's been able to kind of win a progressive vote share, and he has the endorsements of Bernie Sanders and a few other big progressive politicians. He was co-endorsed with Abdul. So it's going to be pretty interesting, but I think that Lawrence will probably come out on top here, and he'll be the one to face Tom Barrett. And it's pretty much one of the closest swing districts in the general election. So that's why this is really important. Now we have a few more key races. The 10th district, I haven't seen almost any media coverage on it outside of, like national media. Obviously, people like my sister, who's a journalist with Bridge, Michigan, covered this race. But this one hasn't gotten a lot of national attention. It's a very key swing district that John James is no longer going to be representing because he chose to run for Senate instead. Or no, not Senate, governor. He chose to run for governor. My bad. And we have that Bouchard is the Trump endorsed candidate, and it's likely that he will be the nominee. But it's going to be very competitive in the general election. I kind of have thought that Heinz, I've heard that Heinz is the candidate's likely going to win this one, but I'm going to be tuning into it later in the day. I'm going to do a rundown for the other elections that are coming up. Let's jump into the 11th district. Now, this one is to replace Haley Stevens, and this is the opposite of the 7th district because you have two more progressive candidates, Faruqi and Uford, who are going to be taking from each other, where a slightly more moderate candidate, Jeremy Moss, is favored to win here. Now, Jeremy Moss, he's very progressive on most issues, and he kind of has an ability to. He's kind of a very middle of the road Democrat in terms of where he is politically. There's some opposition to him over a fear that. Well, the progressive wing people might say that he might be more pro-Israel, but there's not too much evidence to support how he's going to vote on some issues there. So we don't really know yet, but I would expect Jeremy Moss to clean this race up pretty easily. But Faruqi might make an upset depending on how the turnout is and everything like that. That would be really surprising because she got a lot of late support, but I don't think she really raised enough money to really launch a key challenge to the others here. Now, the 13th district is one of the ones I think is going to be the biggest elections of the night, so I'm happy to be covering this. Shri Thanedar is an incumbent. He ran for governor in 2018 alongside Abdul and Gretchen Whitmer. He did not win that, but he went on to move to the district where he performed the best in Detroit. He ran for a state legislative seat. He became the state legislator, and he worked his way up in a divided primary to eventually win his own seat in 2022, I believe. In 2024, he faced a divided primary, and now he is representing a large area within Detroit. There is some local tension there because, a lot of the locals want to have a Black representative in a Black majority district. But ultimately, Shri has won this district 2 election cycles in a row. So he's proven that he can win in a Black majority area. But I do think this will be his toughest test of his political career, as Donovan McKinney has really kind of swelled a lot of support within the district. He's gotten endorsements from the DSA to his left, which he has affiliated with, and he's gotten the Congressional Black Caucus endorsement, I believe, which is a much more moderate group. So he kind of has a lot of support among the politically engaged Black politicians in the city of Detroit, and that should help him. But anything can happen, and Shri has shocked the political world in Michigan several times before. At one point, they have been both endorsed by DSA. Shri Thanedar politically doesn't really have too much of a political identity based on my understanding of him. He kind of will go wherever he thinks he will get the support. He used to be a big critic of Israel when they, AIPAC didn't give him money. Now he's getting money from all kinds of different pro-Israel groups, and he's very pro-Israel. That's one of the issues. He also he goes all over the place on his domestic and economic policies too. He kind of blows wherever the wind blows. And McKinney, I would say also he's a state representative. While he is DSA endorsed and he affiliates with the DSA today, I will say I think he might not be hook, line, and sinker alongside the DSA agenda and ideology, but he does recognize that their mobilization base may be very helpful to him, and that was probably what is helping him ally with them going through this election. And I think it will pay off for him, because I think this is going to be a very close election, but I do think that he had stronger organizing on the ground, and that may benefit him. But you never know. Sri has shocked people plenty of times. He might shock people one more time today. Now, New York Times isn't featuring it, but there is a competitive primary for the first district. Jack Bergman's an incumbent. He's facing two primary challengers to his political right. Really, I would say his political right, but it's kind of just, other politicians that think they can get him at this point. Now, the Democratic primary, I've seen a lot of people supporting Bloomquist. This is a pretty ruby red district. I don't expect it to flip, even if it's a blue wave year. Blomquist, I think he's the most left-wing candidate. I've seen a lot of energy around him. I believe Kelly Barr was the nominee in 2024, and she lost by, I think, around 18 points in this district. So it's really not a close district, but anything could happen if there is a wave year. But it should have an interesting primary that I'll be happy to cover when the results start coming in. And it hasn't really been featured too much, so I was happy to see that they do have some mapping here. This is another district that could turn a little bit more blue over time. The Grand Rapids suburbs, Kalamazoo, which is a big populated city, and Portage. It has historically been more conservative, but the west side of the state of Michigan, as it grows in population near Grand Rapids, it has gotten a little bit more competitive. So you have a competitive primary between Sean McCann and Diop Harris II, and we'll have to see going forward. Oh yeah. The UP district is not going to flip. I don't think that it's going to flip, but I think it's an interesting election to cover. So I was happy to see there was a lot of energy. One thing that has happened in the UP, there is a representative that represents. This isn't the UP, but it's Northern Michigan. There's a Democratic representative that represents Traverse City. And, there has been a lot more, progressive energy there. But ultimately, the north side of the state is, while ancestrally Democratic, very Republican in the modern political era. Now, we finally are starting to get the first results in from Virginia. So I'm pretty happy to see the first results. Now, anything can happen right now, but it looks like for Virginia, the favored candidate in pole position to win with 8% of the vote in is Bert Mizusawa. Now, this is not a race that I expect to be competitive in 2026 at all. They're going to be facing electoral juggernaut, Senator Mark Warner, in what's presumably going to be a blue wave year. At the very least, it's going to be a year in which Democrats perform better with the opposition party, they usually perform better in midterms. I don't see any of these candidates having any serious chance to win against Warner. And he did barely win in 2014, but he won pretty solidly in 2020, if I remember correctly. And in 2014, it was a very low turnout election, and it was also a horrible year for Democrats all across the country, and Mark Warner still won. So I'm expecting Mark Warner to have no issue winning that. Now, we need to look at some of these districts here because there's a few interesting primaries. I did make some notes of the interesting ones. There's VA1, VA2, And then there's a Republican primary in 2 of these that might be interesting. So there's 7 candidates here. There's a very early lead for Shannon Taylor, but you really have to be careful in making a determination with these, because a lot of the votes could flip in different areas that are more populated than some of these rural counties. But as the first results come in, I would definitely want to be Shannon Taylor, who was a county prosecutor, according to the New York Times, has moderate tendencies. But when you have this many people running in a single seat, it is probably going to lead to a person with a lot of local endorsements and backing taking a pole position to win. This is going to be a swing district race where they would be running against Republican Robert Whitman. Another swing district, I believe. I keep getting these ads down here I don't want to give people family access to my New York Times. Oh, an organizer for Shannon Taylor. That's really cool. It looks like Shannon Taylor is doing extremely well in Virginia 1. I haven't been looking at if you're an organizer for Shannon Taylor, I would expect you to be very happy with the current results. With only 3% in, not even a single district going to someone else. But another thing is, I don't know Virginia specifically, but we do have to be careful in determining results with early elections, because sometimes mail-in ballots get counted first, and election day ballots have, in some cases, been wildly different than the mail-ins, or vice versa. Sometimes they count E-day ballots first, and then the late mail-ins will come in late. So when there's early results, it's best to wait before you come to conclusions. Let's see. There's other races in Virginia I want to talk about, but I would say that Taylor is definitely in pole position there. Elaine Luria with 10% of the vote, and this is a race where I'm going to state that only 10% is in, but when you're winning by 70%, there's just no way that the other person's going to have any chance. So we're going to have Luria is going to win that race. This is another competitive swing district in Virginia, and I expect this to be a competitive general election race where Jen Kiggins is going to be going against Elaine Luria. Okay. Let's see if anyone has anything. Okay. Yeah, Rob Whitman has a political history there. Let's see. Virginia. Let's jump to the 7th district here. So this is a Republican primary that's very competitive. They're trying to unseat a Democratic representative, Eugene Vindman. I don't really expect any of these candidates to have any chance against the incumbent here, but it looks like Oliphant is going to be the nominee for that race with 28% of the vote in, and no real regional divides here. It's a little early, but I wouldn't be afraid of calling that race. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb for the Republicans in that district. A lot of these elections are going to be sacrificial lamb candidates. The candidate you just throw up against someone that will probably win, but may energize on other elections down ballot or up ballot. Looks like the primary challenges to Donald Bayer are not going to end well for the challengers. He's winning with over 50% of the vote. It might get a little bit closer when we have more results, but it looks like way too many people were running against him. Maybe they did a little bit of a district switch. I don't know if the maps changed in Virginia at all, but I think maybe these were some of the people that were planning on running in the new maps, and then they just switched their campaign to the map that got readjusted as a primary challenge to Bayer, and it does not look any of those candidates had any chance. Yeah, let's look around here. Well, yeah, as someone did mention, there is another election that is going on. Missouri is going to be having their House races. There's not really any other interesting stuff going on. I mean, maybe these ballot initiatives. I will say I did not really research the ballot initiatives in Missouri before covering today. I did research all the Michigan races, but I'm not the biggest Politico on the Jackson County assessor. Forgive me. The biggest election in Missouri is going to be this rematch for Wesley Bell and Cori Bush. Cori Bush got primaried in 2024 by Wesley Bell. Now, Cori Bush is, I would say, I don't really like editorializing, but she is more of the. She was in she's on the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. She was in the squad with AOC and some of the other candidates across the country. She kind of had the least, national profile of the members of the squad, and she had a few mishaps and stuff, which led to her ultimately facing a primary challenge where they got a lot of money. And she did get defeated in 2024. I can try to pull up the election because I am talking about it. 2024 MO1 primary. And let me just pull up the Wikipedia isn't going to give me the actual one. Let me see. This is going to give me the actual, New York Times. So Bush lost by about 5% or about 7,000 to 8,000 votes. I think only 7,000 in 2024. Now, there is a lot of the argument that Bush has for running for re-election, and why I do think this will be more competitive than in 2024, is because a lot of the money that Bell took was from AIPAC, which a lot of Democratic primary voters do not appreciate. And, with more energy towards that wing of the party, as of right now, following, the victory of Trump in 2024 and the defeat of Harris, Cori Bush is going to have a very good chance of defeating Bell here. And we really won't know. I feel like this is going to go down to the wire. And it really either way could go. I don't think that the Democrats are going to nominate Rashida Tlaib and Cori Bush nationally in 2028. A candidate they endorse might win the primary, but I don't think they have the illusion that they're going to run the entire country. That probably is not going to happen. So let's go back to Virginia because it's the one state we do have results in. Again, I expect Bayer to easily clean this up. Virginia. The Senate race, I mean, there's not any competitive elections really in Virginia right now. All of these elections are domineering performances. So it is kind of unfortunate. They do have the House races here, but pretty much every incumbent is winning. And in the open races, there is a party establishment favorite that was able to perform well. And there might be a few districts where not as competitive candidates have primaries, but there's not going to be a Democratic victory in District 9 in the general, so I don't really see it as too important. Now, Virginia did try to do a ballot initiative where they would essentially they were gerrymandering their districts in kind of response to how Texas and Florida have gerrymandered their states to cut out more Democrats. Virginia pushed an initiative to cut out more Republicans in their own gerrymandering initiative. It was passed by the legislator, or not the legislator, the popular vote, but it was struck down by the courts last minute. And now they have to continue using the existing maps. However, even with the existing maps at hand, there are a lot of swing districts that could go either way come 2026 general election. Flint also has its mayoral election. I can probably look into that. That'll be an interesting one. Michigan has a lot of elections going on today that are not going to be high profile. They're also having their primaries for their House districts and state Senate districts. So the state House and the state Senate. Now, a lot of these are actually very competitive. I'm not going to cover them down each single individual district, but I will try to look on if there's any big. I was like seeing if there's any incumbents that get primaried out of office. That's always big news in primary elections. But there's so many different candidates all down the ballot. So Michigan has a lot of elections. It's going to be a lot more interesting than what's going on in Virginia right now. Watching from the Virginia 9th district, that's awesome. I'm gonna pull up the 9th district here. As you already know, that district is not a Democratic district. I do not expect Griffith to lose. Very solidly Republican district, but it still is interesting to see how the Democrats do. Every election, it's good to have at least two candidates run in, so they'll be representing a very small group. Okay. So we don't have any results in Michigan. I would say that's a very ironic quote from Reagan there, but I wouldn't exactly say that liberals are going to bring about fascism anytime soon in America, to say the least. Okay, I do have a lot of tabs open, but another key state I want to cover. So Kansas is definitely a more conservative state, but they do have a Democratic governor. And if there is a massive blue wave, Roger Marshall could be one of the victims of that. If it's like I don't know, if there's like a recession between now and November, maybe Kansas could flip. I would not predict that. But the front runner is a Democratic Democratic candidate named Adam Hamilton, who's a pastor, and he's kind of running as a moderate Democrat that thinks he can take over and win against Marshall. Marshall's pretty tough candidate to beat. I don't think that he really has too many scandals that should affect him. But like I said, if there's maybe a recession or if Trump's approval continues to go down from where it currently is, it could happen. But I'm not sure. Now, I do expect that the governor race will be competitive in Kansas, because the last Republican governor of Kansas was Brownback, and he is not very popular now. He had a pretty tumultuous term as governor, and then he was replaced by a Democrat. Now, that Democrat is now term limited, Laura Kelly. So there's going to be a competitive primary to replace her. I'll cover that when the results come in. but there's a few choices here. And then the Republicans are also running a few different people. So that'll be fun to watch. And there's also House races, but I don't think that any of them will be that interesting. A lot of the incumbents will just win the elections here. And Kansas is a little bit gerrymandered. So while there might be a chance in a very big Democratic wave year, they might win one of those seats, but I would say there's no guarantee for that. And then there's elections for state Supreme Court ballot initiative. This is because the Republicans in Kansas were pissed that I believe that the governor was able to appoint a bunch of Democratic justices. So they want to have public elections for the judges. So it's not going to be too interesting until Michigan results come out. But we have to just wait and see. Now, in 2018, Abdul ran for governor in the state of Michigan, and we have a map down here, I believe. Yeah, so he didn't win any of the counties. He did win some cities. I believe he won in Ann Arbor. He might have won in up in not Muskegon. I'm forgetting the city up in northern Michigan. My Upper Peninsula friends would be very upset with me right now. I'm totally blanking on that city up there, but I know Ishpeming is right here, but there's another one that starts with an M. It's one of the colleges in North Michigan is up there. Yeah, I believe he won. Oh, Marquette. Yeah. Abdul did win in some city limits. I believe he did pretty well in Grand Rapids and in Kalamazoo, but ultimately did not win. He did get 342,000 votes, so he built a pretty big profile in this election. He did not hold any elected office between now and then, but he did serve as the Wayne County Executive Health and Human Services, or director. I believe director is the correct position there. And yeah, he is going to be back. Haley Stevens is the representative for Michigan 11, which is going to be having a competitive election. Now, a key issue that was in this race, Haley Stevens did get about $60 million, between 60 and 70 million, from outside groups, one of which was AIPAC, that was particularly spending against Abdul El-Sayed because they didn't want him to win the primary. It may have backfired against her to some extent because a lot of Democratic Party voters are not very pleased with the outside spending from AIPAC influencing the election. And Haley Stevens also just kind of had a, anyone willing to donate can donate policy. So a lot of corporations and, even energy suppliers, there's a big controversy in the debate where she denied getting money from DTE, but she did in her campaign. And so these, or at least maybe they funded a PAC as well. I'm not 100% certain on the details of that because I don't have it in front of me. But she did take a lot of money from a few different sources. Abdul primarily got his money from individual donations, but there was a PAC that was contributing to him, but it was more of like a 10-to-1 margin for how much he was spending versus what the Stevens PACs were spending. So if he does, and he is projected to win, it would be a pretty massive victory in the sense of he was outspent about 10-to-1 on ads. And I mean, I am from Michigan. I haven't, I did visit Michigan in the end of May, beginning of June, and almost every YouTube ad I had was a Haley Stevens ad. or on the TV, nearly anything you could be watching would be a Haley Stevens ad. She was everywhere. She flooded the zone. Almost became a family name in the state of Michigan with ads. But it may not help her in the end because the polling did not indicate that she was performing that well. If anyone has anything specific they want me to look into, I'll happily jump to that. I think some people are waiting to jump in till around 8 because 8 Eastern time, at least it's 4:30 in California where I am currently. Yeah, because the real interesting elections that I'm going to be covering are going to be in about 20 minutes. Like I said earlier, I'm going to be covering Michigan's 7th district. This is the one I'm from. I'm from the Lansing area. It's funny that actually the city I grew up in was Holt, and they actually have that here despite not having any of the other cities, and it being pretty insignificant for that matter. I'm not sure why New York Times is focusing on Holt. But I am from this area of Lansing. This is the district I grew up in. Historically, the area in the very neighboring area to me votes pretty heavily, maybe 50 to 60% Democratic, 65% in some areas. Definitely in the city of Lansing, it gets up to 70%. In the region I live, maybe about 55 to 60%. But it's a very big district. It encompasses areas all around. Compare Michigan Senate primary with 2016. I will pull that open right now. Yeah, 2016 Michigan governor, or no, not Michigan governor, Michigan presidential election. We want Democratic primary. This was back in 2016. I did support Sanders at this point, and I guess still do. But this was huge for me because I was too young to vote. I was only 17, and Sanders really kind of shocked the world because he was polling. I'll go down and show these polls here. I mean, 61-34. This was a poll. This was probably one of the biggest polling misses in American political history. I mean, completely crazy what happened here. Sanders was down about 25%. No one thought he was going to win. I mean, 13% with Monmouth, 20% here, 11% CBS. Now, I will say my theory for why this happened was Bernie. Michigan was a little bit of an isolated primary. There weren't too many other states at that time that were happening. I mean, Super Tuesday, you have 10 different states you have to campaign in, and it's very competitive, very hard to win in a presidential primary when you're going to 10 different states at once. In Michigan, Bernie Sanders was able to do a big rally in Detroit area, in the Lansing area, and in Grand Rapids area. And I think he might have even went to Traverse City. I don't remember the exact specifics. He probably did, seeing how well he did there. And really what allowed him to win was I think he barnstormed the state, and he had very high, turnout that wasn't expected because a lot of the people that went to those events brought their, friends or family out to vote for him. And that was why I think that he was able to pull off this upset that defied polling. The polling may not have been incorrect with the manner in which they were analyzing the traditional turnout, but I think that Sanders genuinely did change the turnout margins by how he was able to effectively campaign, and he had huge rallies in the state, which I think mobilized voters in a way that he was just able to pull off an upset. I don't think this map will look that similar, but it might have traces in the map that we see today. Now, I will say it will be a very good night for Haley Stevens if she does as well as Clinton did in I mean, ultimately, it'd still be a bad night because she still would lose. But it would be a very good night for Haley Stevens if she pulls off the margin that Hillary Clinton did here, because Sanders only won by a hair here, partly because Wayne County went pretty heavily to Hillary Clinton. But winning the west side of the state and winning the north side is what you need to do if you're a progressive candidate in Michigan. Definitely need to perform better in Detroit, though, too, than what Sanders did there. I'm jumping around a lot here. I'm going to shut down on Kansas. I'll talk about Washington a little bit because we still have some time. Washington has a few interesting primaries. So this is a big note. It's going to be 11 p.m. Eastern time, so probably about 3.5 hours from now, and I probably will cease coverage unless some interesting things are happening before then. But here you have MGP, who's a moderate Democrat. She's facing a primary challenger from her left, and the Republicans are also running a candidate in this race. Big note in Washington is the Democrats and Republicans are conjoined together in a open primary where you vote for the top two candidates that go on to the general election, similar to California's system. So here, a primary from the left is not really good for an incumbent Democrat because push comes to shove, they could end up losing and then, not making it to the second round. It could also end up good in maybe a more Democratic leaning district for Democrats if they block out a Republican or if Republicans block out a Democrat. But in this case, it is a 50-50 district. I expect it to be MGP and John Braun, who's the main Republican. And it looks like the opposition to MGP is pretty split. So I don't think that it's going to go that differently. Now, I think this is another competitive district, the House district of the 4th district. And honestly, I haven't done too much research on this one. But once we start to see results, it'll be, I'll have more of an idea. Now, the one that I did do research on was incumbent 9th district. You have an independent challenger who is affiliated with independent socialist movements, Kshama Sawant. Very well-known figure in Seattle, probably not throughout this entire district that Adam Smith represents. She's running as an independent. I do expect her to get to the second round, but I think that Adam Smith is going to get probably around 50% of the vote at least, and I don't think she's going to be that competitive in the general. And I think even in an open race like this where you can run as any party you want and still get to the second round, not affiliating yourself with a major party is going to hurt. Now, I could be wrong. It could really go any way, but I do kind of expect Sawant to not get the same type of energy that a lot of, other progressive challengers to incumbents are getting, just solely based on the not affiliated with the Democratic Party element to it. She also has a little bit of some local trouble that she might face there. So let's go back to Virginia. That's the only state we have results from as of yet. It's been called for Burt Mizusawa. And like I said, he's likely going to be the sacrificial lamb candidate because I don't think that he's going to beat Mark Warner. It hasn't been called for Taylor. Earlier, someone said they were a organizer for Shannon Taylor. I'm calling it for her. She won. I mean, maybe Ashland has different voting habits than the rest of the district, but no way she pulls some areas by over 30%, and then just out of the blue, the rest of the district is going to go to someone else. So yeah, Shannon Taylor easily kind of won here and is going to go on to be the nominee for this swing district, which I would say probably the DCCC wants candidates like this because they tend to have more moderates try to run in these swing districts. But ultimately, I'm not really convinced that in the general election will be that big of a difference between some of the more progressives and moderates in the swing districts. It's really going to matter. I think the thing that's going to matter the most is going to be the national environment. There might be some progressives specifically that trail behind moderates or vice versa. Oh, yeah, they just called it. I called it first. But yeah, let's see. So yeah, I'm from the Lansing area. So this district is pretty interesting to me. I grew up in this district. The Republicans have had they used to have Mike Rogers represent this district, and then later it was Mike Bishop. In 2018, Alyssa Slotkin unseated Mike Bishop here. The lines of the district are a little bit different than they used to be. It used to be a little bit more Democratic. Now it has more rural regions that have a little bit more Republican votes. But as the city of Lansing metro grows a little bit more, has been a little bit more of a, more Democratic district than it primarily was. And this is going to be a key swing district. I do think that William Lawrence, despite being more of a progressive, may appeal to some of the more local issues that are occurring in this area. And I don't think he's going to have too much of an issue running against Barrett in a wave year election. Now, the Democrats did lose this district in 2024. I forget, Curtis Hertel was the nominee, longtime Democratic state legislator from that area. But I think this time, if there is more of a Democratic leaning year, it'll be an easy pickup for the Democrats, regardless of the nominee. So we have 9 minutes till polls close. I'm going to go back to Virginia here. Pretty much every race has been called in Virginia. I don't know if they had any interesting ballot initiatives. Oh, yeah, they had a county board for Arlington, and it looks like the incumbent won. Now, every once in a while, I do like to just check on my Twitter just to see if there's any interesting news that people are covering. Looks like Abdul's posting. Sam Robinson, great reporter. Recommend everyone to follow him. He is at the Stevens Watch Party event. Looks like a lot of people are happy. A lot of people voted. I guess breaking news that a Democrat ended his campaign for South Dakota, and there's going to be an independent. That's kind of been the strategy for a lot of these ruby red district or Senate seats. The Democrats are yielding to independents who may have more of a chance. Now, this was actually something that they first tried in Kansas. They're not doing it now, but I think there was a Kansas Senate election in 2014 where you couldn't have picked a worse year to try this because there was so little energy, a low turnout election, and very, I don't know, it was like an off year for Democrats, and the Republicans just performed well all around. But Greg Orman, he was like the first one who kind of tried this, running as an independent with the support of Democrats in a red state to try and be a Democratic state, or at least a not Republican state. And Greg Orman lost. And I think people thought that this just would never work. But more recently, you had Nebraska. Dan Osborne tried it in 2024, and he barely lost in 2024, maybe about like 5%. So maybe not barely, but he did lose by he lost by a small margin. And that ended up being pretty good for him. Oh, heading out, Dennis. Okay, got it. Thank you for bringing in some of the others in here. Hopefully, some more people are going to tap in. Um, I think more people are going to tune in around 8 o'clock when the Michigan results actually start coming in. But either way, people will be able to tune in later. So, yeah, definitely a lot of this can be skipped because it's just the early results. Now, we do have the nervous, by the way. I'm not nervous at all. No, I was nervous like a month ago. But no, I think Abdul's going to win by 20 points. And I think, I don't know, I don't think I'm going to be surprised too much. The race I'm most interested in is McKinney versus Tanadar, because I think this is actually going to be competitive. And I don't think, the betting markets think McKinney's going to win it outright. But this is going to be a very competitive district. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Tanadar has really surprised people in winning that district. I was surprised how much votes he got in 2018. And in 2022, I was surprised he was able to kind of beat through the political establishment. He is like, very, he pulls out all the magic when he needs to. Nothing in from Michigan yet. The polls still haven't closed. I will say, if you are in Michigan right now, stay in line. Make sure your ballot is counted. We still have the election to go on. So yeah, let's just go down Virginia really quick. We have Burt Mizusawa is the nominee. He's going to face Mark Warner. House District 1, it's going to be, what's her name? Shannon Taylor facing off against Rob Whitman. Then in the second district, which is another swing district, it's going to be Luria facing off against Kiggins. And she won in this district in 2022. I kind of expect this to flip back to the Democrats because it's more of a wave year for the Democrats, but anything could happen. Then in the 7th district, the Republicans nominated Olivant. I expect this to likely remain a Democratic district. Getting hiccups here. And then in the 8th district, Beyer won his primary. Like I said, I think this was a lot of people that were running in other districts that were gerrymandered that just chose to turn their campaign into one for this district. Did not end well for any of those candidates. 10th district, Beckwith won his primary. And they're going to be facing against an incumbent freshman Democrat. I don't think that any of them will be able to beat this Sahas guy. I actually never have seen this guy's name ever. So I guess I didn't cover 2024 Virginia primary. But that's pretty interesting. Yeah. Guess I've never seen news about him before. But he's an incumbent, and I do not expect him to lose. In Virginia, the gerrymandered districts, so there was a initiative to gerrymander Virginia for the Democrats. It was going to be 10-1 based on the old district mapping. Right now, I think it's pretty fair. It's pretty much 6-5. A pretty fair map with all intent and purposes. But the Democrats wanted to compete with what Texas and Florida were doing, and they wanted to do their own gerrymandered map. They did pass it with the ballot initiative, but ultimately it didn't matter because the court struck it down. And, ultimately I do understand why Democrats wanted to fight fire with fire, but I personally really don't like gerrymandering. I think all districts should be in some degree competitive. And it's definitely healthy for democracy to have competitive districts where, voters can actually have their voice heard rather than like, having an anointed candidate for them. So, you know, ultimately, people did vote for it. So I think that is still important. If you're going to do gerrymandering, you might as well have some democratic element to it. But it would be much better if both parties, committed to making fair, competitive maps in every state. Um, and I say that, I have my own politics, but, I think voters have a right to have, competitive say. And most districts should be competitive, in my opinion. This is the key race in Missouri. I don't really expect too much else to go down in Missouri tonight. Their polls also closed 50 seconds, which is awesome. So we'll get to see the results very soon there as well. Let's see, Michigan coming in any moment now. I'm going to close out of Washington for now. I'm going to close out a lot of these tabs. This is a helpful little website I use to try and focus on some of the key primaries. It focuses more on the Democratic primaries, but I pulled up a lot of the races that that map helped me find. These are the 2018 results that Abdul's on the ballot. This is the 2024 Bell election where Bell unseated Cori Bush. There's still lines to vote, apparently. A lot of people. Abdul said watch party in Majestic Theater. Now, I do remember 8 years ago, I was at a watch party. I don't think it was the same place, but I was at a watch party for the Abdul campaign. And it was a pretty tough night because we lost by 20% of the vote. I did, full disclosure, I did work for Abdul in 2018 in his gubernatorial race. And it looks like there's a little bit more energy happening here. Not too much energy occurring at Stevens' watch party in St. Regis Hotel. I'll get off Twitter now. I don't want this to just be a Twitter stream. But I do think sometimes hearing, I never like to hear other commentators commenting at the same time that I am, obviously, and I don't want to break copyright law and trying to listen to what other people are saying during my stream. But I like having my own unique opinions and seeing the results as they are, and having a true unique analysis. I don't like piggybacking off other people because it's actually going to be unique. But the polls have closed in Michigan. If you are in line, stay in line, but definitely don't vote twice if you already voted. Yeah, we'll start getting results any second now, probably any minute now. Now, Michigan does have 2 time zones. So let me pull up the Senate race. Yeah, I'll put this one first so I know where it is. In the Senate race, and sorry, I do want to know if anyone has any comments on if I flip between tabs too much. Please give me positive or negative feedback on how I jump around tabs, because I don't want people to be upset at how much I flip through tabs. But so there are a few Upper Peninsula counties that actually operate in Central Time. So they count ballots later than the rest of the state. Thankfully, the rest of the state doesn't have to wait for them a whole hour, but they do, they exist, even though like 10 people live in them. This is the historic copper mines of Michigan. Michigan used to be a very big copper producing state, especially in the Upper Peninsula. The Upper Peninsula used to have a significantly higher population based on these mines. And even historically, the Native American copper culture was the first human society to ever smelt copper. Particularly, it was a little easy for them because the copper was just in mounds on the surface because of the glacial moves. But a little history lesson before the results come in. Before any other human society in Earth smelted copper, the copper civilization did around 8 to 9,000 years ago, even before the Bronze Age civilizations like in Mesopotamia did. So very interesting. A lot of copper mines up here, the shells of what used to be copper mines. But yeah, they vote a little bit later because they're on a central time zone. Okay, I'm going to delete one of these 7th districts. I want to have the 10th, 11th, and 13th district up because I want to see those results right away. We're also getting the results from the Missouri primary. Wow, we already have 2 uncontested races. Maybe that's just on exit polling or some of the early results. Probably the exit polling. And we haven't seen any of the results from the 1st district, which will be the rematch between Bush and Bell. So now, okay, wow, first results are in. And I will say with 10% in, this is probably about, we don't really know if these are mail-in ballots versus the election day ballots. I expect Abdul to do much better with election day ballots. I don't know if this is Kent County proper or if it's one of the suburban regions, but we do have the first results in Michigan. I will say if this is projected off to the rest of the state, this is actually a good result for Haley Stevens because it hints that the race is a little closer because Kent County is very progressive. But as you could see in 2018, while Abdul performed well there, he didn't win it. He's winning it now. So that is definitely good for him. And he's getting more of the majority there. But Sanders performed particularly well in Kent County. So let me try to find how he performed in Kent. I'm just going to Control F it because I can't find it here. Okay. So you got 61% of the vote here. So if you are just basing this early, result, if you extrapolate it, which I'm not going to do because I don't think that it's actually accurate, this is a good result for Stevens. But as we get more of Kent in, I'm fairly certain this is just the absentee ballots. They're just being counted first. That's a good result for Stevens for now. Definitely not over yet. I would also theorize this is just absentee ballots, just based on where can you find the results. I would do the best results. I would do. I like New York Times. If you might be what's it called? You can use an ad blocker, and there are ways to get around. I pay for the New York Times because I like their election graphics, but obviously you shouldn't have to do that. I would say there's a few different websites that can be used. I know that I think the Washington Post also has them. VoteHub does theirs. That's the big one on Twitter now. Decision Desk HQ is very good. You can find it there. All of these are good websites to check out the results. The New York Times, I think they tend to be slightly slower than some of the other ones. I just tend to like their graphics and their details. They show a good, often I just tend to prefer their results. But this is the first result in for the Senate race that's happening right now. But I would say if for websites you want to check, if you're just looking at it for yourself, I would check either New York Times first, Washington Post does it. Let's just look up Michigan primary results. You could do NBC, obviously PBS. Some of the local newspapers have good local race results. Like obviously, Free Press would have some of the Detroit information and everything like that. But you primarily are going to want to probably go with one of the big websites, or I mean, Decision Desk and Vote Hub are some of the ones that some of the more election followers, like a lot of the big election followers, are into now. There's no other results into Michigan yet, just the one Kent County result. Nothing out of this key race in Missouri yet. Okay, Wexford County. And again, so what I was just in the middle of saying, I would theorize that these results are all absentee ballots. This is going to look very good for Haley Stevens early on, and it's going to look horrible for her later, because election day ballots and later on ballots are more likely to swing to Abdul, because that's just how younger voters vote. I will say the one reason I can 100% tell that these are absentee ballots is because McMorrow is performing pretty well in them. And for the people that voted right away, they would be more likely to have voted McMorrow because she was still in the race at that time. She dropped out. So with these results that are coming in right now, they're almost exclusively absentee ballots. And that is going to be key in the analysis here, because I would expect the late ballots to swing heavily towards Abdul. So Stevens might have a little bit of a mirage, and this is what it's called in politics when they count certain types of ballots before others. Election day versus absentee, different demographics vote different ways. So you might have older voters. How long do they usually take? You might have older voters that vote one way and younger voters vote another way. But the time it takes them to count votes, Detroit is notorious for taking forever to count ballots. Usually it takes about, in presidential years, it can take a day or two, if not 3 days, like in 2020. But I would project they'll have most of the results in by midnight Eastern time. So that would be around, I started the stream 2 hours ago, so it would be 4 hours from now. So in the next 4 hours, I would expect us to have pretty substantial results. Now, it might depend. Each county could have different errors. But right now they're tabulating all of the early absentee ballots that were mailed in. They've been out for over a month. So I think that that demographic is either going to be highly engaged voters or older voters. And my theory for why McMorrow is doing so well with these votes is she's pulling it, very low now. And she's doing like 5% in these drops. So I would theorize that McMorrow is going to go down a little bit. Abdul's going to go up a bit, and Stevens probably will stay pretty similar to where she is. Okay. Nothing else is out yet in some of these other states. I can try to check Missouri, but yeah, nothing is out yet. So yeah, unfortunately, with the American elections, some of the polling stations are still open, actually, because they might have had a rush of people at the end. Abdul 60%-ish. My prediction would be he's at about 60%. He's either going to be between about 57 to 60% if the polling that I've seen is accurate. However, I wouldn't be confident with that until I see some more ballots. Because all I'm basing it on right now is just these absentee ballots, which are, my theory, heavily lean Stevens because they tend to be older voters that vote absentee. But I I don't think that Abdul's going to have any trouble winning this one, as of the polling and everything right now. This is the old Bernie Sanders versus Clinton results that I was pulling from to get like a gauge on how progressive counties are. But as you would imagine, 10 years is a long time. Now, 2018, I do have the Wikipedia of the different counties and how, Whitmer and El Sayed went against each other back at that time. Fun fact about this election, Abdul actually hit the win number that he was expecting. Our campaign thought that he, we didn't project the turnout to be as high as it was, and it ended up being huge amounts of turnout. And I wasn't on the data team with that, but they didn't expect the turnout to be as high as it was, and it ended up being in Whitmer's hand with that. Now let's see. We have some more ballots dropping. A lot more from Grand Rapids, actually. Kent County, their clerk is doing a good job actually counting ballots, as you can see, because every single county has their own electoral system. It's advised by the state, but each county runs its own system. It can create huge disparities when counties report results. So, gotta love our system in America. I personally wish there were some reforms in how, and at least in how ballots are counted, because definitely some states like California just have atrociously long ballot counting times because they have to wait for all of the absentee ballots and mail-in ballots to come in. And while I obviously don't think it's fraudulent, it does kind of, if you have to wait 1 week for the results of an election, it really does kind of mess with the legitimacy of that. And it makes people feel like, how are they still counting ballots a week and a half after the election? So as of right now, very little is counted. Let me see if the New York Times has anything here. Don't expect an early call in Missouri. I would not expect that anyway. I don't need to know that. I already covered this. Yeah. Michigan has those central time zone counties. So yeah, they essentially, these counties here in the Copper Belt count ballots an hour after. So this is a very key post. Christine Zhang is a very good reporter with New York Times. One thing she's indicating here. It's Matt. That's awesome. Abe Ash. I think he's gonna win, but I saw there's a lot of money that got spent in that race. So I'll have to cover it when the results in the Metro Detroit area come in. But I think he's gonna win. He's also a alumni of Michigan State, James Madison College. So I appreciate Abe. And I think he's going to win, but I didn't see any polling on that race, so I'm not 100% certain yet. But I think he's going to win, even though there's a lot of money that was spent against him. But he's kind of a stalwart in the legislature, so I think he should be fine. But this reporter, she covered that in 2024, only half the ballots were counted by midnight, and it's expected that more ballots will be counted this time. As of right now, as I'm still waiting, I'm going to just keep refreshing because the anticipation is killing me. But any minute now, more of the results will drop. I do kind of wonder what area of Detroit dropped ballots first. It definitely wasn't Detroit proper, I would assume, but probably one of Wayne County sub-cities of Detroit. But I would have to look at a county map to see that, and I can't get that right now. So yeah, like I was just saying earlier, the races that I expect to be the most interesting today are going to be 7th District, 10th District, 11th, and 13th. The most interesting by far, I think, is going to be the Sri Tanadar versus Donovan McKinney election, because Sri has really been able to survive against all odds up to this point, and he might finally be going down. He's very, shapeshifty politician, and jumping on all wings of the Democratic Party when it politically suits him. And it might finally be the moment where he goes down, but it really could be a nail biter. I expect Moss to do pretty well here. He's a state senator, and I think he had a lot of internal support within this district, particularly among both the establishment and just kind of regular voters. He isn't the most progressive candidate ever, but he has always kind of been seen as, someone on the more progressive side. And he does have Aisha Faruqi, who's running more progressive than him, but I think that I don't think she got enough fundraising, and I think that she's split with Don Afford in this race. So I don't expect this one would be the big surprise, though. If there is a big surprise tonight, I would expect Faruqi to win, but I'm not going to predict that. My understanding for this district, this is the one in Macomb County, and I think some elements of Oakland County. Yes, Macomb County. This is a huge swing district. It's John James's district, and I expect Hines to win this primary. This is a very winnable congressional district for Democrats. And in an open race, John James has been a pretty known figure in the state, and I think that was what propelled him to win this seat. But really anyone's guess for how this goes in November, especially if it tends to be more of a Dem wave year or like a blue wave. Whew. And the early results are actually kind of irritating me because this would actually, if the results project out across the state for what the results are in for right now, a 40% margin in Grand Rapids would be very good for Haley Stevens. I don't think that's going to be the end result because I think this is the absentee ballots that are going to lean older voters. But that actually would outrun Hillary Clinton's margin in 2016. Obviously, a lot has changed since then, but running that margin would be pretty interesting. Okay. So right now I'm just kind of patiently waiting for the results. I'm going to try to see if another website has anything else. New York Times is usually slightly slower than some of the other ones, but let's see. I'll try NBC I actually have to. My sister is a journal. Oh, this is her article. Awesome. Shout out my sister. This is hers. Oh, I'm going to just keep this open. But yeah, Bridge doesn't have anything open. Wait, do they actually have it? No, I don't think they have a map that. They don't have a regional map, but they have dots in the districts of who's winning. We got some at Eaton County. So let me see if New York Times has that open. I will later congratulate myself. Oh, no, it's all coming in at the same time. So I believe this is the county, east of Marquette. Abdul's winning in the UP, and Abdul's winning in Eaton County with 30% of the vote in. Now this is the margins that Abdul is going to want to win in this area of the state. I mean, in 2018, I think I have it right here. Okay, in 2018, Abdul performed well in the west part of the state. He performed well in actually performed pretty well in Wayne and Ann Arbor, Washtenaw. And he performed really well in the UP, but he did not perform that well in the center of the state. And this is horrible result for Stevens as opposed to how Whitmer did in the center of the state just 8 years ago. Oh, and we just got the first results out of the 7th district. If this is Eaton County, I'm from this area. Eaton County is not that different from the rest of the district here. And I would go on a whim and say, even though it's very early, William Lawrence is in pole position to win this. So this is a really huge result. The moderate vote is completely split between Mazdam and Brink, as expected, because Brink had kind of consolidated a lot of that early support, and Slotkin kind of ruined it by endorsing Mazdam. So as of right now, William Lawrence is definitely going to win. And actually, I have met Abe Ayash before. He did a few speeches at my college when I was in college, so he will be featured later when I actually look at the other Michigan results down ballot. As expected, Benson's going to win the governor primary. I expect Swanson to do well in Genesee County and Genesee County only. But yeah, that's all to be expected. Now, the Michigan Republican primary is going to be pretty interesting. We have John James going against Perry Johnson, and John James got the endorsement of Donald Trump, but Perry Johnson had a lot of ads throughout the state and is doing particularly well. I think Mike Cox is doing pretty well because he didn't drop out at this point, but I think Mike Cox dropped out so that Perry Johnson wouldn't win, and he prefers John James. So we will have to see as more ballots come in. I would expect John James to win this pretty handily, though, because Perry is not winning in a lot of the areas yet. I mean, he can win in Wexford, but he's not going to win in some of the more populous parts of the state that have Republican voters. I'm going to see if I missed anything in Virginia while I'm waiting for more Michigan results. But yeah, I don't really expect too much to be different. So we still only have 1% in. Let's see if Bridge is faster than the New York Times. Okay, let me pull up some of the other. I want to see if any of the other websites have anything earlier. It's pretty rare. Let's do NBC. That's interesting. You got Delta County coming in. And I can almost guarantee, like I said, with some of the early ones, this is the absentee ballots, because there's no way that McMorrow is getting 14% of the vote in this area in the general. So while I do think that Stevens, as of right now, looks like she's doing well, I don't expect her to I don't expect her to win, and I think it's going to end up being a pretty big victory by Abdul. The only other congressional district we really have any data on is the 7th, and that is how it is. Oh, no, I actually don't work in politics now. I work in work for the government out in California right now. So I unfortunately am not in Michigan. But if you want to, I don't really want to publicly dox myself, but you can check my LinkedIn um, in terms of my job and everything. But yeah, I don't work in politics now. I may at some point in the future, but as of this moment, I do not now. But I do kind of miss it in terms of a lot of the elections. But at the very least, government does give job stability, whereas politics did not. But yeah, let's see. Okay. So yeah, I don't want to tire my voice out before I get to the actual interesting results. So I'm just taking a short water break just to wait while some of the results come in. Always with these early results, they trickle in, and then you wait about an hour, and that's when everything starts to really come in, and you actually have a good idea of what's happening. Oh yeah. I actually have a lot of opinions on that. I do. The Let's Talk Politics guy is actually really good. He is really good. I mean, he's younger than me, but Sharks Are Born Swimming. That guy does a really good job of covering like every single poll that comes out, and yeah, I do appreciate his channel. I watch a few different. I do try to. I like to follow for different election based stuff. I try to follow people that try to be a little bit non biased, just because I do have my own politics. But for political stuff, I like watching more political content. But for election based stuff, I like people to try to be fair and like not be wish casting election results. And yeah, I try to analyze it myself based on an unbiased perspective. Obviously, in this race, I'm not biased because I did literally work for the candidate in the past. But with all the other ones, I'm just trying to analyze it from an unbiased perspective. And then prediction markets. I am not a fan of prediction markets, and that's why I'm not like featuring them here today. While they have a useful value, I don't like promoting gambling. I don't like promoting gambling in the sports industry, and I don't like promoting gambling in the political industry. I think it's they're very scammy with how they do the markets, where they make you think that you can make a lot of money by putting money in and pulling money out, when in reality, the house always wins. They always use algorithms to kind of get you to think you need to give money in at one moment. It's just like any other gambling industry. And while prediction markets do have a value in our, like they do help you understand how an election is going to go, in to some capacity, because it's real people putting money. I would use it as one of the many different data points that you can do to analyze an election. But as results come in live, I'm going to be following the real results. I feel like that's just more interesting for me. Maybe I would cover prediction markets if I would be like looking at an election result before the election, to get like an idea, especially in an election where there's no polling. But they haven't. They're not always that accurate, and they can be easily manipulated. And then ultimately, I'm not a big fan of gambling in general. But yeah. Now, this is the first big result we're getting out. 22% of the results in Washtenaw County. That could be Ypsilanti. That could be Ann Arbor. I would tend to think this is probably Ann Arbor. And I think that it's E-Day votes because, as you can see, McMorrow has 2% of the vote here. And if, actually, I need to, my screen sometimes is blocking what my screen is showing. So I'm going to be more careful about that. My face is sometimes blocking what I'm trying to project here. But I'm going to zoom in to this little box here. So as you can see, with 22% of the results in, and this is definitely election day because McMorrow's margin is so much lower of a drop. Abdul's winning 70-30 in Washtenaw. And that is just something that is going to be pretty hard for Stevens to come back from. I can't see her being able to. Yeah, I would. I'm not going to call it right now, but I would definitely think that Abdul's going to be in the plus 15, plus 20 conversation in the end. Now, Detroit might go pretty heavily for Stevens because she does have a coalition of older voters that could, propel her well there. So I do think we need to wait for Detroit to have a full projection. Oh, my screen share isn't working. That's horrible. Let me restream it. Please let me know if my screen share isn't working in the future. That is really bad news for me, actually. Is it working now? It's weird because this actually has happened in a previous stream I did for YouTube. Okay, working now. Oh, what's up? Hi, Jillian. That sucks because if I was just streaming for the past hour without my stream share, just yapping at the screen, I'm very disappointed in myself for not realizing that. I think I just have to like turn it off and turn it back on periodically, which is really unfortunate because like YouTube is supposed to be such a it's like literally the golden ticket platform for streaming. But it's a shame. It's really a shame that it literally is projecting on my screen that I'm streaming, but it wasn't shown for everyone else. But yeah, much better that we can actually show these. I've been wondering why someone was asking what websites to follow. I guess they didn't know that I was supposed to be streaming them, but thankfully I will be streaming from going forward with all the results here. Yeah, I would say this result from Washtenaw alone is a very big predictive indicator. I'm not going to 100% state that Abdul's already won, but I would say it would take a huge abnormality to say that Abdul is lost. And I would predict he's probably plus 15 to plus 20%. Now, let's go back to William Lawrence. Eden County is probably one of the not as progressive areas of the district, and he's up 20%. So I'm fairly certain that William Lawrence is going to end up winning this one, which is a huge victory for progressives in this race because Bernie endorsed him and Abdul co-endorsed him. And the two moderates in the race, I think Bridget Brink was actually the presumptive, like she had a lot of support, but Slotkin came out and endorsed Mazdam, and I think she has like personal beef with Brink or something like that, or maybe their staffers didn't like each other. That's like an inside story I heard. But ultimately, that decision to endorse the guy who was in a far third place ultimately just handed the election to William Lawrence, who was able to build his own progressive constituency in Lansing and the broader area of the district. And being from this district, I can almost guarantee that if Eaton County is voting this way, Lansing is probably going to be more progressive than that. And there's not enough voters in Clinton County, Washoe County, or Livingston County to really sway this election towards one of the other candidates. So even with 5% of the vote in, I'll call it. New York Times doesn't need to call it. And we have more votes coming in. We now have Livingston County. And yeah, this is just a huge result for Abdul. 61-35 in Brighton and Howell. I mean, that would be horrible for any moderate candidate. And with 27% of the vote in, even if it sways a little bit, if this is the election day vote and the early vote is going to come in late in this county, I would expect that this is still a very huge lead for Abdul. And man, he's winning almost by a 2-1 margin right now with the outstanding ballots. I do expect him to. Oakland County and Wayne County will not be as nice to him as Livingston and Washtenaw. So it's going to probably crater a little bit. But as of right now, Abdul is, I'm almost 100% certain he's going to win. I was pretty much 100% certain he was going to win before the election today. But as of right now, I really think that he has it. We have some early results from this Macomb district. This is John James's congressional district. Bouchard is going to be the Republican nominee, almost guaranteed, I'd say, just based on the first drop of ballots. He was endorsed by Trump, and yeah, I would call it right now. I assume that exit polling is good enough for him. This is actually shaping up to be pretty competitive. I didn't do research on the internal politics of this race. Maybe someone in the comments might actually know, because we do have some people from Michigan tuning in right now. But Christina Hines, I expected to be the favorite here, but I am kind of surprised with some of the votes coming in that Eric Chung, I think he has a pretty good chance at actually being the nominee. This is a district that is probably one of the most flippable for Democrats in the entire country, as it was pretty close in the past. And they've had some, less interesting candidates run here that probably were underwhelming that lost to John James in the past. But, I do think that they have a pretty good chance at making some moves here and winning. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. And just to double check my screen, please send a message saying your screen isn't working if it is having any issues going forward. Yeah, really, I will say, if you spend $70 million, maybe I'll be fair. If you spend $60 million in an election across the state running ads nonstop, I was briefly in Michigan in early June, although I don't currently live there. And I got like nonstop Haley Stevens ads, and to run all those ads and just for some of these early results coming in, I mean, with 44% of the vote in Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County specifically, losing by 2-1 margin is crazy. So yeah, I definitely think this election's over. It's really a matter of how much Abdul wins by. If he wins by over 20, that will be huge. If he wins by 15, it'll still be a pretty big victory. If he only wins by 10, there might be an argument that, he has to extend an olive branch over to the people who voted for Stevens, but I think he I mean, if you compare his results here to, like, let's see, Sanders in 2016, Washtenaw. He only got 55% of the vote in Washtenaw, and Clinton still got 44% in 2016. And then in 2018, he didn't even win Washtenaw County. I mean, Whitmer barely won it, but I think Abdul won Ypsilanti City and Ann Arbor specifically, but lost Washtenaw as a whole. But as of now, I mean, he's just completely dominating. We have more of Macomb out, and he's winning that too. He's winning in Saginaw. I think once we get more of the results out here, Abdul's going to overtake Stevens as well in these counties. But the question is Haley Stevens going to be able to win a single county? And we really don't know that as of right now. Oakland County is definitely going to be her breadbasket, and Wayne County will be a key vote sink for her as well. But I don't think she's going to win any of these rural counties when push comes to shove, because this is my theory is this is absentee ballots, and when they start actually counting the election day ballots, it's going to flip towards Abdul. It did get a little bit tighter for Lawrence here. Livingston County, a little bit better for Brink. But, I mean, they're going to need to be winning Livingston County if they have any chance of beating Lawrence, because my theory is that he's going to be winning at Ingham County pretty heavily. Ingham County is the county I'm from. It's where I grew up. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell you that Ingham County is probably going to vote a little bit more progressive than Livingston or Eden County. And I would call it right now that William Lawrence won that one. Let's jump around. We might have some of the results. Some more drops out of Eaton. Still good for Lawrence. Better results for Hines, but they're really trickling in slow there. Nothing out of the 11th district and nothing out of the 13th district yet. Those are the two districts that I am the most – well, I actually don't think this one's going to be that competitive. I think Jeremy Moss is going to win because he just has a lot of, like, local support there. And I think the progressives were pretty divided there. And for what it's worth, I don't think Jeremy Moss is the most moderate politician ever. I think he definitely had inroads with progressives. I saw some people with yard signs that had Abdul and Jeremy Moss in that area. So definitely going to be good for him there. Let's see if anything's out of Missouri yet. Wow. This is really huge. It looks like Wesley Bell is absolutely beating Cori Bush. I did not expect that. I don't know if this is absentee versus election day, but this doesn't seem to be what the final picture will be. But wow, I did not expect that result. It could change more. Oh, okay. So for what it's worth, this is the outer boroughs. Let me see how it went in 2024. Ooh, that wasn't nearly as close. That wasn't nearly as close in 2024, or nearly as big of a victory. So like I said, it could be that they're counting, mail-in ballots before election day ballots, but I would kind of expect that just on that result alone, I would expect Cori Bush to be defeated again in 2026 by a bigger margin. I mean, that is a tough result for her. But they still haven't called the race yet. So I don't think it's over. But I mean, maybe I can pull. Let me see these. She got 30,000 votes last time, and he got 41,000. So we'll have to wait for those results to come in. So now we actually do have some more proper Wayne County votes. It's still way too early to call anything in Wayne County, but it's not looking like Stevens is performing in Wayne County as good as she would need to do to win the election or even to make it close. If it's going to be a 46-51 margin, Abdul's still going to win the race. But definitely a good drop for her at this time. Now let's see if we have anything in the other Detroit races. I think that I don't think Rashida's going to have any trouble in her district. I could pull up that election. Let's just see the full Michigan one. I think I have it open somewhere. I have two Michigan 7, but let me just pull up the actual Michigan one. Yep, Benson's still winning with 5% in. Blomquist is losing to Kelly Barr, but there's not enough votes to really know how that's going. Hillary Skolton's uncontested. Debbie Dingle's uncontested. Nothing for any Detroit congressional district yet. That's unfortunate. They got to get those ballots out. When I was covering the California election, I was just getting really irritated how long it was taking them to count. And I'm not getting nearly as irritated with Michigan, but I mean, it's been a good 20 minutes. Or no, 50 minutes since the election ended. Now, some counties might be waiting for the election to officially end in the northwest side of the state because these copper counties people are still voting for another 10 minutes there, but they might just be taking forever to count their ballots, which is more likely. Oh, man. Some early votes in Grand Traverse County have come out, and 75-22. Abdul is just mopping the floor with Stevens in the populated counties of the state that aren't Detroit, at least. And yeah, this is also, I would assume that this Grand Rapids result is going to get 10% better for Abdul because he is these are the early ballots. They're not the election day ballots. Let me see here. Okay, we have the first votes in for the 13th district, which is Donovan McKinney versus Shri Tanadar. And this is the last thing you'd want to see if you were Shri. Not for Shri today. 2-1 margin. I don't know where the votes are coming from. If it's from like Taylor or St. Clair Shores area, it wouldn't be that representative of Wayne County, but it might finally be the end of Shuri's political career. So we'll have to wait for that one. If anyone has any questions on race they'd want to see get covered, I would be happy to direct it. is as I'm waiting for the elections right now to release more results, I'm kind of getting a little bored. Oh yeah, the Fighting 13th. Yes, yes. I don't know. My sister is a beagle owner, and my family used to have a beagle, and we take the beagle issues very seriously. Um, with Shri, he owned a company that abandoned a bunch of beagles in a lab. So that scandal never really stuck on him, but I think that McKinney finally, yeah, McKinney definitely has the coalition to beat him because McKinney didn't even just pull from progressives that are mad at Shri. He kind of pulled from a very large coalition of like local black political leaders that were irritated that Shri was representing Detroit, and moderate political leaders, and progressives that are kind of mad at Shri for being a little shapeshifty in his political career. So, yeah, as of right now, definitely very good results for um, McKinney. As I expected, Bouchard is expanding his lead there. I don't expect it to be that competitive, and Hines is expanding her lead. It could still go to Chung, but I would expect Hines to pull it out because she was the establishment favorite and had a lot of money. I want to briefly go back to Virginia because I don't think I actually had my screen working at the time. Oh, do I know why Will Lawrence didn't get an endorsement from AOC? AOC hates endorsing in congressional primary races. I don't. I think it's because she's afraid of irritating the wrong people. But I don't know. It was like a weird thing. There was a mini scandal that Lawrence had where like he made some comment like maybe 2 or 3 years ago that they were trying to construe as racist. Um, and maybe he didn't use the right words, but it was something that was probably on the much more sensationalized end of a scandal. Like it wasn't like he said something that was outright racist. It just said something that people didn't really take the right way, and um, people were thinking that he was going to lose because of that. But I have always kind of just thought he had this one in the bag, just based on how divided the moderate constituency was. And yeah, I'm pretty convinced he was able to galvanize his own base and get them to come out, and it just couldn't have happened better. Brink was probably the favorite going up to the election, and then Slacken decided to endorse Mazdem out of the blue, and Mazdem was kind of pulling at like 10%. No one thought that he was going to win, and Slacken tried to pull him over the top. And I think this is like this is a time where a lot of establishment figures may think their endorsement has a little bit more sway than they actually have, or it might have been the case. I mean, I know that Slacken personally knows Mazdem and probably wanted to help him out and might have been irritated by Bridget Brink over something. But I mean, Sanders came out and like endorsed Lawrence, and then I mean Crockett came out, Jasmine Crockett from Texas, instead of campaigning for James Tallarico in Texas, decided to come campaign for Bridget Brink in Michigan. And Brink has her own domestic support, and I think with the Slacken endorsement could have been very close to beating Lawrence. We still haven't seen any ballots come out of Ingham County, Lansing, where I think Lawrence is going to mop the floor with those two. But if you're going to endorse someone, you got to endorse someone that's actually going to win. And I think that Mazdem wasn't the right endorsement for Slacken there. we're just getting a tiny trickle of ballots minute after minute, and Abdul's still in the lead, but I'm getting a little impatient. Benzie County. I really wouldn't mind like some of these counties being more pro Stevens, but I am a little bit surprised. I did expect Abdul to do a little bit better in the rurals here, but my theory, because McMorrow is so high here, it's just the early ballots that were mailed in, and these counties just count those first. Whereas with Travers, I think they're counting one of the cities there. They're just counting the election day ballots first. That would explain the discrepancy in like how many McMorrow votes are in one area and not in others. McMorrow, I think, had a pretty big constituency at one point. She was polling at like 20%, but then, just repeatedly, she tried to go after Abdul. It did not work. She tried to go after Stevens. It did not work. And she I saw an article by Politico where Kirsten Gillibrand, who is a fundraising for the DSCC, the committee that works to elect Senate Democrats, was like out here trying to say that McMorrow was like a DSA member and super progressive, when that wasn't the case at all. I mean, she is progressive on a lot of issues, but was really trying to moderate between, kind of be like a Lincoln style moderate between the more moderate wing and the progressive wing, more of a pragmatist progressive. But it really didn't matter in the end. She alienated the progressive wing that was all in for Abdul, and then alienated the moderate wing, which was spending $50 million at that point on Stevens. They dropped another 10, 20 million to try and continue to boost Stevens after McMorrow dropped out, but it really didn't end up being enough. And I think the amount of money that Stevens got from outside PACs, APAC, and corporate industries that were funding her is ultimately why she lost. And yeah, I can call it with 6% in. I mean, to be fair, we still should wait for Wayne County 100%, at least until they have a big drop out of Wayne County to get like a good projection. But it's not looking good for Stevens. She better hope she wins Oakland by a lot. Okay, I almost can definitively call it right now that Bell defeated Cori Bush in her attempt to run again. He raised more money this time. He's getting a sophomore surge, but I really think that primarying someone that just primaried you and beat you in your own district is never a recipe for success. And I mean, Bush, of all of the more DSA progressive aligned candidates in the country, I think that she had the most mishaps. I mean, I will say Jamal Bowman pulling the fire alarm was not a good move on him, and that ultimately is what sunk him in his own primary. But Cori Bush, Brendan Johnson, I'll have to look at that race. But yeah, Cori Bush. Actually, I need to remind myself who Brendan Johnson is. Is he one of the local candidates? Yeah, he's a state senate guy. I can look at the state senate and state house races. I haven't. Let me pull. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the. Oh wow, Wayne County finally dropped, or no? Oakland County finally dropped. Oh my Lord, that is a horrible, horrible result for Stevens. If she's only winning Oakland County by 2%, I think this is over right now. She's going to get body slammed in the rest of the state. That's her best county. I mean, maybe Wayne is a little bit better, but oh man. It looks good for her now because it caught up. She's only down 8%, but as more results come in, that is a horrible result. So we might have some of the Oakland County stuff now. Let's see Michigan 11. I'm going to try to check some of the local races soon, but where did I put? Wait. I guess they have the results for the Senate race, but they don't have the congressional race, which would be really interesting to know right now. But I would say, I mean, with those results, I don't think Jeremy Moss is losing. To it's too moderate of an electorate for like a big progressive to win there right now. Let's go to the just regular Michigan maps. No, these are the House races. Let's show up the state Senate. Elawea, I think Whitmer endorsed this guy actually in this primary, and I think he's winning right now. Taylor Conyers third. That's going to be a competitive one. I can try to look Johnson. Oh, it looks like so he's a challenger to Kinnefelt. Are they going to finish counting today? I think they will finish by midnight, or at least they'll have all of the elections will be decided. Michigan's a little bit better at counting their ballots than Michigan's a little bit better at counting their ballots than California was. I was completely raging out at California when I was waiting for them to count results when I was doing a stream for them. But yeah, let's see. Who's the other one? Hep. So he might not be performing that well if he's not in the top two, or it's just uncontested, or I don't know. I'll try to pull that up when I see it. But I would say for right now, I wouldn't want to be Johnson in this election, but you never know. It could just be that the early vote is being counted and not the election day ballots, which will probably benefit him later. There are a few primaries I know that are going around to incumbents. Let's see. The state house. Oh, wow. Gilmer Hill is defeating Angie Scott. Holy crap. That is huge. So Angie Scott was one of the incumbents that was really big behind Stevens and might be really biting a bullet with that. I mean, it's only 4% in, so anything can happen. But if you're an incumbent, you don't want to be down this early in the counting. And Farhat won their primary. That's a tough, close race. Just like to see the races where incumbents are going against a primary challenger. Man, there are a lot of House districts in Michigan. Oh my Lord. And 110? I forgot there were 110 House districts. That is so many. Elena Scott. Oh, I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm wrong there. Do not live in Michigan now, but I thought it was Angie. I could be wrong. But Helena Scott, yes. She was facing a primary challenge, and that was really, really big if she loses that race. But she was a Stevens backer. I do remember that, like pretty adamant. I know she was kind of afraid of being primaried. Um, Probably would have been smarter for her to like masquerade as a progressive, but maybe I don't know. Still way too early for the McKinney Tanadar race. 2% in. I've seen enough to think that John James is going to win. I don't think that's controversial at all. Perry Johnson is pretty much a clown with his ads. It is kind of hilarious how he was calling John James a liberal loser in his TV ads. It's not going to help John James in the general at all, but it is very funny that he was doing that. John James is a Republican, very clearly not a liberal, but Perry Johnson definitely was not able to do it. So one thing I do want to mention is this map is very much a mirage in many different ways, and it's because different counties count their ballots differently. Some counties do count their early mail-ins before they count election day votes, and some counties count like the election day ballots first. And election day, the demographics of the type of person who votes election day are usually younger, more likely a progressive voter, and the demographics of people who vote before the election are either heavily engaged political people that just want their ballot to be cast immediately, or older voters that don't want to actually physically go to a ballot box. And Stevens' constituency is definitely going to be more of those older voters. But a lot of these counties are counting ballots that are the absentee ballots, and they're going to be leaning more towards Stevens for now. And it's going to shift more towards Abdul in the long run as the ballots are counted. That's why you're seeing these like big purple counties, but it's a mirage. Abdul's pretty much going to win every county in the state, maybe barring one or two rural counties. And the only counties that Stevens is going to perform well in are Oakland and Wayne, but she might not even win Wayne or Oakland for that matter with 60% in, only up 2%. Let's jump to Virginia. Yeah, no surprises. I can probably close out Virginia here. Let me see if there's anything in Kansas. I haven't covered Kansas yet, but I have wanted to cover this because this is going to be pretty key. Roger Marshall fended off his primary challenger. That was to be expected. There are, constantly Republican senators who are being pushed from the right for, the party base doesn't think they're supporting Trump enough. But in here, Roger Marshall's too much of an entrenched incumbent to have any worry about losing to a primary challenger. Now, there was a little bit of a race between there was like an argument that some of the Democrats made in hello everyone coming in. There was an argument. Hello. There was an argument that everyone a lot of the Democrats running in this race were they didn't want Adam Hamilton to win, but they didn't endorse any of the other ones. So Hamilton is like a moderate pastor. He almost ran as an independent, but chose to run as a Democrat instead. Is likely going to win in Kansas, or he's already been called to win. And he has a tiny chance of being able to defeat the Republican in the general. But I would say in like what is it? I would say that it would take like a recession for Kansas to flip to Democrats, and by November, it would have to be really bad for Trump and the Republican Party. Now, the governor race, I think, will actually be competitive. The incumbent governor of Kansas is a Democrat. That's Laura Kelly, and she's term limited. So we have Cindy Holscher and Evan Corson, or Ethan, not Evan Corson, who are running against each other. It looks like Laura Kelly supported Corson, but Cindy Holscher might buck that endorsement and end up winning. That'll be really interesting general election. Oh yeah, all of the Muslim people are here. Okay, yeah, nothing else going on. So let's go back to Michigan. We can see how everything's going on. Bergman is probably going to win his district, and then this isn't going to be competitive. I'm not even going to keep covering it. Okay, so we still are waiting on a lot of results. I mean, we're getting some of the results from the thumb. Like I was saying, though, I mean, a lot of these results actually irritate me more than these results actually kind of irritate me rather than like give me a good indication of who's actually going to win, because a lot of them are very incomplete. Like they're just either one tiny city's absentee ballots or a city's election day ballots. So it's really hard to tell how the rest of it's going to go. I guess this is pretty surprising. Stevens has officially won in St. Joseph County, which I wasn't really expecting. There's 95% of the ballots counted there, and it's all released. That would be a little bit bad for Abdul. I don't think he's going to have any problems with the rest of the state, but he losing these rural counties is probably going to be a bad sign for the general election for him. But ultimately, I don't think it's really that bad. He'll be able to carry through it. But I was kind of expecting a sweep in counties like this. Let me see how Bernie did in 2016 in that county. In St. Joseph County. Yeah, Bernie won this county by 60%. And it really kind of shows how much the coalition is different between Bernie's 2016 coalition and the coalition that Abdul has built and progressives have built in Michigan for 2026. Bernie had a lot of the rural, like ancestral Democrats back him, and they might be more politically moderate than a lot of people thought at that time. Maybe politically populist, but still politically moderate, more likely to back someone like Stevens than someone like Abdul. But in a lot of the city bases that were a little bit more 50-50, Abdul's running the numbers in, like Ann Arbor or Grand Rapids or, Ingham. %60 in Eaton County, 60% in Livingston, about 20% in Kent. Does anybody have any questions on specific races they would like to see? I can cover the 11th district now because the 11th district finally has its results. This is a very good performance by Faruqi. I didn't expect her to win, but it does seem like she did consolidate the progressive support. But ultimately, she's not going to win. I think Moss just had too much support in the area and was able to easily take it over. I think in the next 20, 30 minutes or so, Michigan's going to start having a lot more results come out. And while I'm still waiting for more results in Michigan, I'm going to jump to Kansas to see if anything interesting is happening. It looks like people are overwhelmingly rejecting a measure to have direct elections for the Supreme Court. The governor is able to appoint the justices. This is a pretty bad loss for the Republican legislator because they were really irritated that the Democratic governor kept appointing Democrats to the Supreme Court, and they're going to keep it with the hands of the governor. This is a pretty massive showing for Democrats there. It might be a little bit because the more populated parts of the state have come in, like Wichita and Topeka, but that's pretty surprising. I'm not going to pretend to care too much about any of the other Kansas elections here. I'm just waiting for Michigan. Man, I really want to see more results come in here. I'm going to try to look up an exit poll. I don't know if any of them are out yet. Exit polls, Michigan Senate. No, there's nothing. It's really irritating. Let's actually pull up a comparison map of while we're waiting here. So this is the Whitmer map from 2018. So it isn't a full picture because Abdul did win a few. I think Shree actually won the city of Detroit. Abdul won the city of Ann Arbor, and I think in the city of Ypsi. I think he won Grand Rapids proper, and he won Marquette proper. But that was so many years ago, and people have changed their minds on so many issues since then. Let me just put this here and do a map comparison. So obviously Sanders won, and he won all over the state. There were some counties he lost, but for the most part, he didn't do too well in Wayne, and then narrowly won statewide. In 2018, Abdul went on. He kind of got crushed in the rural areas by Whitmer. He did particularly well in the UP. There was a lot of campaign presence there, I remember. Let's see. In the west side of Michigan, Abdul did particularly well, just like with Sanders. This is a very progressive part of the state. And the Northwest part, Abdul did a little bit better, but really the coalition that Sanders had and the coalition that Abdul had in 2018 were not the same at all. The around the same amount of people voted, but as you can see, Abdul did a little bit better in the cities and urban centers, whereas Clinton did much worse in the rurals than Whitmer did. So it's just a much different coalition, as you'd kind of expect with a candidate that's pretty different than, Sanders and Abdul, while they have similar politics, ultimately, they're appealing to different people in these elections. And I'm actually going to try to put this with my master tab list here. At 18% counted, it's still slow rolling. I will say I am a little surprised. I did expect Abdul to do better in the rural counties than some of the results are showing. Like, as you can see, St. Joseph County, that isn't like fully rural, but I think there's a small city there. But Stevens is performing particularly better in these areas. And maybe that's just an element of like, it's very hard to run ground game in those areas. And, if you have TV ads blanketing the airwaves, you're going to end up picking up a lot of these counties. But it's going to be a lot more different of a map than a lot of the different projecting the different projections would show. I really do kind of miss the New York Times projection needle that they used to have from the past. They used to have a projection needle where it would like consistently move around. Back in 2016, I remember that. Infamously predicted Clinton would win, and then it went on to show that Trump would win very soon after. But I don't know. Their prediction needle is pretty interesting. I guess I'll entertain, just because I do wonder what betting markets. I'll entertain one Kalshi. Let's see. Yeah, pretty much everyone has Abdul winning. So there must have been an exit poll that got released. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, I mean, no one thinks Stevens is gonna win. The question is, by what margin does Abdul win? And if he wins by 10%, I think it's kind of a sign that he had a lot of momentum and he was able to do particularly well, but it might not be enough to, he's going to have to definitely do his best to, campaign to win a lot of the more moderate Haley Stevens supporters. But if he's winning by 15 to 20%, while he still will need to win over those supporters, it'll be a very clear mandate. And I think he's going to be in more of that 15% range, but I could be wrong. I mean, we still have a lot of ballots to count. It's unfortunate I can't be on the ground counting these ballots myself because this is taking forever. I mean, it's a little bit quicker. It was about 50% of the ballots were in around midnight in 2024. But as of right now, you only have 20% of the ballots in. For Michigan, it's around 9:30 right now. So an hour and a half after polls closing. So that's pretty good. They're definitely counting faster. And it's been called. Cori Bush got defeated by Wesley Bell in Missouri. I didn't expect it to be nearly this bad for Cori Bush, but I think that she just had a few different scandals that affected her campaign, and I don't know, like it's very hard when you lose a primary challenge as an incumbent to come back and beat the same guy. I think it would have been smarter for progressives that maybe wanted to go against Wesley Bell to nominate a new, a new face for the movement. And it's just a pretty tough loss. I mean, she's really not doing that good anywhere here, and it's a pretty surprising result. I was expecting it to be pretty close, but we hadn't seen any polling, and the lack of releasing internals, you know, definitely doesn't bode well if you're, running against the person you just lost to 2 years ago. We now have 21% in. Abdul's still winning by a pretty sizable amount. More of Oakland County came in. That's going to be Stevens' best vote sync. And then she's only going a few thousand up on Abdul in that county. I kind of want to see how many votes were cast in Oakland County in 2018, because that was one that Clinton did really well in. Oh, results by county. A pretty similar margin of votes, actually very similar to 2016 in the final turnout. That actually kind of surprises me. Now, the other areas of the state are what's going to be different for Abdul and Stevens than the Sanders race, but Oakland County will stay Oakland County. And of course, Whitmer's best county wasn't even Oakland County. I mean, Abdul had a lot of sway there, particularly because Shree was probably taking a coalition of those votes too. But Whitmer did best in the rurals in the north part of the state, and she carried the center of the state too. So, I mean, yeah, I'll keep it down here. Bush is making the margin a little bit better, but that is really bad for her. Is there anything else? Oh, there's one other race in Missouri. I don't know if it has any, it's that interesting, but the Republicans gerrymandered Missouri and have a competitive primary there. Here we are. And just to check in, I can still project my screen for everybody, right? So unexpectedly, William Lawrence is actually getting a little closer. I didn't think Oakland County would be that in the tank for Brink, but we really need to wait for the Ingham County ballots, where I expect William Lawrence to perform the best. But it's 64% of the vote, and that's a pretty good result for Brink. I was expecting. Oh, yep, that's great. Okay, yeah, screen share is what I really wanted. So this is the, Greater Lansing and a little bit of Oakland County District, and obviously, I mean, including Livingston as well. And Lawrence is definitely still in pole position to win. And then once Ingham drops, I think he's going to be taking it away. But, losing this little part of Oakland to Brink is a little unexpected. And as more drops come in, it getting worse for Lawrence is pretty interesting. But as we know, with winner take all elections, it doesn't really matter how Lawrence, if he wins by 1% or if he wins by 20%, he's going to be the nominee. And that's, if you have a divided field of different candidates, that is often how it goes. If anyone can find an exit poll of the results, I would be very happy. Oh, wow, I'm getting completely exit polls, Michigan Senate. Yeah, none of the there's no exit polls that were released that I can easily find, which is unfortunate because they're very helpful in like understanding where different areas could vote. And until like Wayne County, Ingham County, and more of Grand Rapids drops, it's gonna it's gonna be hard for us to have the final picture. Oh, they adjusted the results in St. Joseph County to be 67%. So I do have a theory that there's more election day ballots that need to be counted, but I don't know actually, because Eden County is not as good for Abdul as it was showing earlier, and then Livingston County is not either. So they're a little bit closer to Oakland County than one might expect, but still, I mean, leads for him, and I would expect it to, once Ingham comes in, it'll be better for him as well. With the results, how they're looking right now, I don't expect it to be a 20-point win for Abdul, but I definitely think he's still going to win the race. Probably more like 10 to 15. The 10th district now has 21% of the vote in, and Chung is getting pretty close to Hines. I'm going to zoom in so that people have a better view of my statistics here. But In Macomb County, Hines had a clear lead, and then in Oakland County, it looks like Chung is a little bit closer, but not close enough to be in striking distance to win. So it's been declared that Moss wins the primary. So it's definitely decided that he's over a 15% margin. And none of this district includes, Detroit or Wayne County, which is a little bit slower when it comes to counting the ballots. We're starting to get tiny drops in more counties. Let's kind of see what this discourse is on Twitter right now. Obviously, not just going to be streaming Twitter all day. Oh my lord, the UMich Ann Arbor student precinct voted 95-5 for Abdul. That is absolutely crazy. Oh yeah, actually, I do want to cover the Ann Arbor mayor election. That will be interesting. That's also what helps kick in. Abdul doing extremely well in Ann Arbor, but we want to know how the mayor race went. I'm just diving here. Wow. 37 write-ins for the Republican in the mayor race. Very few. Yes, the primary challenger for Christopher Taylor, as of right now, is beating Christopher Taylor 57-42%. So I think that's enough news for me to declare that Ann Arbor is going to get a new mayor, Yusuf Rabi. So I think that is by far enough to show that he's going to win that. Let's also jump to Flint mayor. That was an election between Sheldon Neely and then a few different other people. I don't think Sheldon Neely is going to lose this, but I'll have to look at the results later. I don't think that Genesee has any ballots yet. They're calling projections that Abdul is going to win. I definitely think he's going to win, but I mean, we already knew he was going to win. It's just a matter of how much he wins by. I mean, well, I guess New York Times hasn't called it yet, which I think is a little bit telling about how close the margin will be. They're probably not going to call it until it's about a 10% margin or higher, maybe 15%. So it might be less than a 15% margin in the end. But we keep getting these counties that are dropping these 2%, 3% ballots and creating this mirage that Haley Stevens is like winning throughout the state. But I think the fact she's not dominating in Oakland County is horrible for her. You're going to need to be blowing Oakland County out of the water if you're going to win this race, knowing that how important that base is to her. The only thing we will need is the votes. We'll have to see how Detroit votes, because they'll always have a huge sway in every election, and in Michigan particularly. So this is an interesting factoid here. So it's stating that the absentee returns are showing that El Sayed is performing better with black voters in Grand Rapids, and Stevens was performing better with white voters in Grand Rapids. That is pretty interesting. A really bad result for Stevens. And people were joking that Kansas is the real race of the night. It is a tight primary. I would expect Holscher to win, despite Corson getting the endorsement of Laura Kelly. I don't know what Holscher did to cause Corson to get that endorsement, but how is Stevens doing in Saginaw? Oh, Shri for me is not doing so hot at this moment. But let's jump to Saginaw. It looks like Abdul is winning the little bit of results we have out of Saginaw right now. Abdul's underperforming Bay County pretty badly, but not Saginaw. But I don't know, like, live streaming these results is very kind of, it's a little bit stressful slash irritating here, because the way that the counties are structured right now aren't going to be how it looks at the end of the day. I mean, by votes left, the size of lead, no one really does know who's going to win these tiny rural counties. But as the results are showing right now, I don't think it's really accurate at all. I wish that the counties would, if I had any role in counting ballots, I would like to either put up a big batch or don't put anything, because if you're just going to put 5% of the ballot, it's just going to give a ridiculous perception of how the area will vote. Abdul leading in the huge battleground of Gogebic County, Northwest Michigan. I do think there's going to be a little bit of a metro rural divide. I think Stevens will probably perform a little bit better in the rurals than Sanders did, or than Clinton did, in comparison to the 2016 results, because Sanders had like some unique appeal to like rural Democrats that we just don't see anymore. Okay, one moment. A lot of times, just jumping on Twitter will kickstart me towards seeing how things are going to go. Wow, there was a precinct in Ann Arbor that went 100% to Abdul. Oh yeah, Rashida Tlaib won re-election. Cori Bush got pretty heavily defeated. But as I was saying earlier, I expect people, if you're going to run against someone who just beat you 2 years ago, you can kind of expect that type of result. It's never going to go well for you. Let's see if we have any more of the local results here. There's so many different, it's 110 different. I wish I could sort it by like incumbents being challenged or like actual competitive elections, but I would have had to prepare for that if that was the case. Okay. The results are still trickling in, so I don't have too much more of an update. And yeah, I'm not just doing a Twitter stream of the election, but yeah, it's just the actual results are getting a little boring until we wait until there's actual a full view of how a county votes. It's too early to really sway it either way. Even St. Joe County, it only has 67% in. I want to see a county that has like 100% in and actually have a good barometer. I mean, Eden County has 84% in, and that's it's pretty good showing for Abdul. It's not like a domineering performance. I would say that's still not like, it's definitely enough to win for him there, but it's not everything he needed. Livingston County, he's doing exactly where he needed to win out by 5 to 10% of the vote. We're still waiting a little bit on Grand Rapids. They haven't called the race yet. A 100% in that one precinct. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any just like interesting tidbits that I could jump off of here. I'm just waiting for the main results to be back. I mean, everyone's kind of mentioning Oakland County specifically. I don't think they're going to call the race until Detroit comes in. And a lot of people are making the conclusion that Abdul's actually underperforming in rurals, which I think is true. And I think that's definitely where TV ads have a bigger effect because the rounds campaign, it's hard to do canvassing in an area where you have to like drive around or do a quarter mile jog to get to the next house. But yeah, Stevens is doing pretty well in some of those areas, but I mean, still not enough to make it a difference. And we don't have a full picture in any of those counties either yet. There's a little bit more of Detroit or Wayne County, and specifically, and Abdul took the lead there. Oh man, Abdul really is up in Macomb. I expect that to go down a little bit because that is crazy. How much different it is from Oakland County. That's really hard to believe. This is very interesting. What some of the analysts are saying is that Abdul's doing a lot better. He's hitting margins he needs to, but they're just waiting to see how Detroit is, like a big drop in Detroit, which I think is fair, before they can call the election. But a lot of people are kind of calling the election early. Hmm. I would say this race is probably getting to the point where you could get close to calling it. Macomb, the district there. I think that Hines has a pretty good enough lead on Chung there to be the nominee. Brink is starting to close the lead on Lawrence with the Shiawassee County drop. Less of a progressive county, but still a good enough performance from Lawrence. Really, we're going to need Ingham to drop and Clinton. To know the final result. I would say William Lawrence is definitely in pole position there, though. And Grand Rapids doesn't have enough votes counted yet. I would love to see the way that different areas of Oakland County voted. Obviously, Oakland County is a very populated county, but there's going to be some areas that just heavily, vote one way and then heavily vote the other. Just such a like district with so many little cookie cutter communities that are wildly different from each other. Same thing with Wayne County too, for that matter. That's why, I mean, Abdul's performing, how he's performing there. I do think that I think the biggest takeaway right now is the coalitions of voters that progressives, in the modern era have, and Sanders had, are pretty radically different. But a lot of the projections that had Abdul winning all of the rural counties, I think were pretty. We'll have to wait for the all of the ballots to come in from them, but it might have been incorrect. It's just killing me to see how slow these ballot counts are. Though, oh my lord! I know that it's not the slowest state to count ballots, but maybe the new Secretary of State's will be able to address that. I mean, Benson has definitely improved it in the past 8 years that she's been Secretary of State, but we'll have to see. I think the Cori Bush race definitely. I do have a takeaway from this, and it's just that progressives can't just win everywhere they run a candidate, and they have to be very careful with who they select as their candidate. And for a candidate like Cori Bush, we really need, when you lose a primary challenge and you run again against the same guy, people might have a bad taste in their mouth. And I don't even know if she's going to win St. Louis. It could get better for her, but that's a tough result for her right now. I don't know how he got this. Let me actually pull up their thing. A lot of the Twitter people love this Vote Hub. I'm not like I don't know. Okay, this is all just. Let me just look at the election. Oh, this is actually so much better. Holy crap. I mean, it's a little bit convoluted, but I like the percentage mapping. How do they have all these Detroit ballots, though? I genuinely, I've never actually worked in election mapping or anything like that, but I do genuinely wonder how they're able to get results and like report them, if they're like automated systems or they just like track county ballots. But it is very, election mapping is not like an easy thing to do, and yeah. Oh, Abdul's purple and Haley Stevens is orange. Yeah, this map is freaking me out. I do like the precinct level maps, but this whole thing is it's freaking me out a little bit. I'm I'm definitely gonna stick with the New York Times myself. Still only a 4% in from Detroit. And just to give an analysis here, like the Michigan population is 10.13 people. And the Detroit population is around 650,000. And then the metro itself is 4.4 mil. Now, the metro includes parts of Macomb, parts of Oakland, and Wayne. I don't know if they include any of, I don't think Washtenaw gets included in the metro. But it's a pretty big area. Now with 5% in, McKinney is really dominating here. And I would say this is really bad result for Sri, and there's a lot more votes to be counted, but I think his political career might be over. For all of the discourse on this election, though, what I will say is the people who are performing the best are or not the people who are performing the best. Progressives are performing significantly better in areas that people stated they may not. Whereas like the rurals, they're still having trouble with in a way that they didn't with Bernie in 2016. And I kind of expected that over time for progressives to be more urban centered than the rurals to be more moderate focused, but it's still too early to tell. We have the first results from Ingham County in, and Abdul is leading by 14 there, which is pretty big. Let me see how well Lawrence is doing there. Here. Oh, wow. They haven't reported it yet for him. I would say they can probably call this election after Lansing comes in. If Abdul's winning it by that much, 15%. I'm going to just close out the Cori Bush race because we already know that's pretty much over. But yeah, let's jump back in. Stevens is doing better in rural counties. I still think a lot of this could be a mirage, but as we see, some of them have more votes in Otsego County, still like 50-50 almost. But she's outperforming Abdul in the rurals, which was kind of unexpected. A lot of people thought Abdul would win in the rurals based on polling, but it could just be like a lot of the outstate people might be from like Traverse or something like that were manipulating the results. So this is actually a good analysis of how the votes are shifting. So you have the election day ballots that are not always being counted in the same time. Oh wow, another horrible Chopper Star. These election day ballots, it's a massive shift between the absentee ballots. So this is in Eden County. And Haley Stevens absolutely mopped the floor in the absentee, but Abdul won the election day ballots. It got a little tighter in the race here for Canada and Detroit. I'm going to close out Moss because I know he won. Yep, Lansing just came in for Will Lawrence. So that propped him up a little bit more. Only 13%, but he's up 20% in that drop. And if he's up by that much, I mean, even if this craters a little bit, I think Will Lawrence will have a clear call here. So ultimately, I do think that the Senate race was a lot closer than I expected it. I expected it to be like a 15-point margin, but I think in the end, it's going to be more of like a 7 or 8. People were really divided across the state, though, like 50-50 margins, even in the rurals. I think what the biggest thing that we're going to see in the results is a massive age discrepancy between the two candidates. And a lot of the older voters are going to be Stevens people, and a lot of the younger voters are going to be Abdul people. I'm just looking through everything now. I think I'm actually gonna, when the race gets called, I will probably turn off the stream, and I think it's gonna come relatively soon as Detroit drops more. Let me see if there's been any change in betting markets. Which I usually don't like to check. It's expected. A lot of people think that he's going to win by more like 5% to 10%. I don't think he's going to win by only 0 to 3%. I don't think that's going to happen. Mm. It's definitely going to be a lot closer than I thought, but I still think that Abdul has it by like probably 5%. Okay, so just to clarify, so yeah, I think it's going to end up being pretty close in the end, but I do think Abdul still has the constituencies he needs. Ingham County's in a little bit, and we're still waiting on Detroit for the most part, which seems to be pretty close. It's anyone's guess how it's going to end up going, but I think it's going to be close enough based on the precincts we already have. All over the place. Yeah, Wayne County is ultimately what's going to be the deciding factor. I think this is going to tighten up a little bit, the McKinney race. It is taking forever for them to count the ballots, though. Oh man, just these little drops, one ballot at a time. It's really frustrating sometimes. You see states like, Florida get their results out in like less than an hour, and in some states it just lags. I will say Michigan has like that very consistent, like 1%, 1%, 1%, 1% every 10 minutes. Honestly, it's even more frustrating. You've got a good quarter of the ballots, 30% of the ballots out now. And we might be getting to the point where Washington is ready. Oh, no, this is too early. This is the old one. I think this is 1 hour away. Yeah, polls are closing in 40 minutes in Washington. What's your take on the Troy Jackson scandal? Which scandal is that? The one where he like threw a water bottle at somebody? I mean, I don't think that that's really that big of a deal at all. But did he have another one that happened? That's the only one I'm aware about. But let me see. Yeah, no, I did. He threw like a water bottle at the ground. I don't think Troy Jackson is going to have any issue. He should be able to continue on and push to win in Maine. I do think there were. I don't know, because like there was definitely some polling that had indicated that this race would be less close than it actually was, and maybe a lot of people got swayed closer to last minute towards Stevens. I'm not sure. I do think the Whitmer endorsement did play a part, um, because I don't think that Stevens would be doing as well in like the random rural counties as she is now without that Whitmer endorsement. But I think Abdul's leads in the metro centers are going to be enough to make that difference. Right now, his biggest lead is the Washtenaw, the gap he has in Washtenaw. But hmm, well, they have horrible benchmarking. Abdul's beating his benchmarks in some areas. but they don't really have that good of a 10 points ahead of his benchmark to win. Where he really needs to win is he's got to do good enough in Detroit for the Metros and Grand Rapids to be enough to take him over the top. Oh, what the? Oh. I kind of feel, how is that like a, I haven't seen any news on this actually, but wow, I did not know that. I mean it is a second cousin, but I will say in Maine, I think this is going to be a non-story ultimately. I don't know. It's like in Maine they keep finding these like scandals on every single person. Why don't they investigate Susan Collins? It's like, she has some stuff that she's hiding. I don't know. Like they're constantly going after. Now I will say, Plattner was definitely a mistake, and it's kind of a shame that he even ran. Knowing that he had all of that, it's like extremely like misguided of him, I would say. But oh wow, what the hell just happened there? What just dropped in Detroit? That might be the absentee ballots in Detroit that just dropped. Stevens is on track to win the absentee ballots, and so the fewer there's election day ballots, the better for Stevens. That is interesting. Oh man, all these results are not. It's. I will say this is going to be a close race, but the Detroit results definitely is not looking good for Abdul. I would hope that that's the absentees, but that is definitely a lot closer. Um, But he definitely he just got another favorable drop. I think he just got his Grand Rapids drops, which he's doing much better in Grand Rapids. And he got a favorable drop in Ingham. And New York Times just adjusted it to say he's about to be 9 point, like he's winning by a 9 point margin. There must be other parts of Detroit. Oh, yeah. It looks like a bunch of ballots just dropped. These are probably all the absentees. And man, he is losing this region of Metro. Holy crap. That is a very divided election. I mean, some of these might be like old folks' homes and stuff like that. But wow, like the Assad margins going back and forth. He's actually doing way better in Macomb. I will say, if the New York Times says he is going to win by 9 points right now, that's particularly good for him. But it all really depends on Detroit. And it's only 22% in. They wouldn't put this 9% thing unless they know that he was going to come back and claw it up again. He's up 3% now. With 33% of the vote in. I kind of want to see what they say because they should be helpful. Okay, we have a race here. That is why. So Stevens won the mail-in ballots by a 53-point margin. But the election day ballots are going to be the exact opposite. As you can see here, the election day vote goes. Oh, wait. Why is this one different here? Oh, that's a Midland. So Stevens does have a path to win. Oh, man. And Shree just took the lead. This is the election day ballot coming in. Or no, the absentee ballots coming in. Absolutely pushing Shree up there. So this is going to be an election tonight. I think it's going to be pretty close, actually. But I still think that Abdul's going to pull it out. I mean, he's winning right now. A little bit of a miss in the polling, though. That's hilarious that there's like Abdul people that are Tanadar people. Tanadar is an interesting fellow. I actually think I think that there's like an element of like a silent Stevens voter, is someone who's like maybe bullied by people online, like about Stevens. But I think that there is a lot of people that might have been like, um, maybe like not publicly supporting Stevens, but came out. I think that's definitely the element of what's going on here now. I mean, none of the like the election prognosticator people really got anything right about what they thought. All the maps are either going to show that like Stevens was going to only win one county, but and it would be Oakland. But really, Wayne, I think she's going to perform particularly well in. But uh, man, this is interesting. I do got to think that this is going to tighten up a little bit again. But like I did say about Tanadar, he would be the one that might be able to surprise people, because he's been able to get through a lot of elections in the past. Um, I want to cover the governor race actually. Let's see. I've been just looking at the races we already know about. But let's look at the governor race. Yeah, John James won that pretty easily by about 14%. I'm surprised they haven't called this one yet, with Lawrence up so heavy, especially with Lansing coming in. Um, I would say this race is pretty much over. It's the Oh wow, the Traverse City Metro really does not have that big of a population. So I think the main takeaway is that it's going to be a lot closer, but man, this is still pretty tight right now. Wisconsin results are going to be coming in about 20 minutes. Wow, a 20-point shift there. Yeah. Let's see how much the primary challenges are doing right now, because they might have some of the results in. Yeah, Gilmer Hill's still beating Scott with all those votes in. That's very good for Gilmer Hill. There might be a coalition of people that were Gilmer Hill Stevens voters there. Uh, okay. What else is going on? Okay, so in Kansas, officially the Cindy Holscher won despite the endorsement of Corson, or Laura Kelly's endorsement. So that's a pretty big shakeup. I do think what ultimately did make this race close was the Whitmer endorsement, because I think a lot of people thought about that. In the end, that might have been undecided. I also think what could have made a big difference is McMorrow choosing not to endorse Stevens, because Dual might. I mean, it's going to probably be in the range of a 3 to 5% margin, and it'll be within the margin that McMorrow might have needed in order to or might have had sway over the electorate at least. Wow, just absolutely dominating Ingham. So the New York Times adjusted their benchmarks to a 7 point margin. We are now publishing pre-election benchmarks which reflect how we expect each county would vote in a close race based on past and pre-election polls. LSAD is ahead of his benchmarks by a 9 point margin at counties that would have reported enough votes. The problem is they're not doing Detroit yet, which is going to sway everything. I don't know what. This is a useless statistic that's like probably looking better for Abdul than it actually is, I would say. Abdul's best statistic is just that he performed extremely well in Oakland, despite it not being expected to be that well for him. And I think his worst statistic is Detroit by far, with the absentee ballots. But he's still up 3% for now. And he still has his vote sinks. Grand Rapids has a lot of votes to be counted. Metro Detroit is bigger than the city of Detroit. So there's probably a lot of votes there that have to be counted for him. And, Washtenaw and Ingham still have pretty big vote sinks there too. Hmm. Hmm. I don't think the 7-point margin thing includes Detroit. That's a bad metric for them to even have. Let's see what Bridge has. Yeah. Abdul did pick up one and then immediately go back down a percentage. So it's about 36% of the vote in. It's getting to be about almost 11 o'clock in Eastern time in Michigan. It was expected that this race would be counted quicker, but it's really not looking like it will be. It's pretty slow with how everything's coming in. The Detroit absentee drop was not looking too good for Abdul, but we still have plenty of ballots out there to count. Okay, 1 second here. So unrelated with anything with the Senate race, Will Lawrence is definitely going to take District 7. I think that's without saying. So there's that. 37% in. I would say the scary number for Abdul is that Wayne is less in than other parts of the state in total. But he still has Ann Arbor. Oakland really isn't that bad for him. He's winning Macomb by a lot. And he still has a lot of votes to count in Grand Rapids, which has about half the population of Detroit. And I think Abdul's going to do better in Greater Wayne County. Flint's starting to come in, and Abdul's doing better there, or Genesee County in general. Saginaw County, Stevens is now winning in. Bay County, Abdul is winning in. Those will be pretty key battlegrounds to see how the race is going to go. So there was a mail-in vote drop from Detroit that really made it close. But wow, I mean, the mail-in vote went so heavy for Stevens there. It's just going so slow. It's very hard to. The mail was coming from. It might have been. They definitely might have been. Man. I mean, I guess. I mean, Grand Traverse. It'll be another 1,000 vote sink, but yeah. I don't think anything in the north is really going to sway much either way. It'll be on the margins. I could try and see how the first district race is going. Oh, New York Times just adjusted it back to Abdul's pre-election benchmarks by a 10-point margin, but they haven't added the Detroit benchmark, which I would say is the most important benchmark. So what if he's winning rurals by like 10%? He's going to need to win. Detroit has way more sway. I think this is a very misleading. I don't think Abdul's going to win by 10 points because Detroit is way more important. There's still a lot of Genesee to count, which could really go either way. There's still a lot of Macomb to count, which is definitely swaying towards El Sayed. There's a lot of Grand Rapids to count, which will be Abdul's territory, and then Lansing. I think the population metros in themselves outweigh. I think it'll even things out for the most part, but only 38% in is so low. I mean, the idea that Oakland was going to be a big county for Stevens was probably the biggest shift for right now that we can tell from Detroit suburbs, Wayne County, mid-sized cities. I mean, these are going to be way more important. I think in order for it to be included as a benchmark, it has to have way more data. He's still hovering around 3% over. All these are like 50 minutes. Wow, that's interesting. A lot of Grand Rapids is already in. It feels like it is like a lot of different media markets also have swayed differently. Ban mail-in voting. So I guess the crutch for Abdul right now is definitely that the areas that he just got one of them right there. I don't know what that was. That was Wayne. It was probably either Dearborn or somewhere else. The crutch for Abdul going forward is that the surrounding cities around Detroit, largely like Hamtramck, um, Dearborn, and Dearborn Heights, are very favorable to him, and they are not that much counted right now. He is up still over 3%. He just closed in on that Wayne County margin with 25% of the, or 26% of the voting now there. He just gained a lot more now again. I don't know what just dropped though. Was that it was a part of Kent? It was definitely part of Kent. And then Stephen, or no, Abdul got another big drop. Not sure where that came from. Maybe a bump from Traverse City. So now Abdul has pretty strongly a 4% lead. I wish I kind of knew how much was out of Detroit, because if Detroit is largely all counted, the outstanding boroughs of Detroit are going to lean heavily to Abdul. Now they're saying his benchmarks are slightly closer, but it's really jumpy. This benchmark thing is really jumpy, and I don't like how they're not including it here. Now we have 42% in. We are at 11 o'clock in Michigan, and it is a 4% margin. So what's kind of key here is as we're getting close to like 50%, Haley would have to win the outstanding ballots that are pending by a pretty significant margin. But she is down 20,000 ballots. And I don't know how much more she's going to be able to net out of Wayne County. There's definitely going to be more votes to count, though. Nothing more out of this area of Detroit, though. Looks like Sean McCann is winning in the West Side. I would actually expect, Kalamazoo came in for Abdul. That is a big one. I was expecting Kalamazoo to be pretty heavy leaning Abdul. And then Allegan County has a lot of people too, and Abdul seems to be winning this west side of the state. Definitely closer than expected. But Abdul has clawed back into a reasonable margin in Wayne. It looks like another drop just hit. It might have been in Oakland County. Put it back to 3.5%. But they did adjust their benchmarks to be better. For Abdul at the same time. 43% in. I'm surprised they haven't called this race for Lawrence yet. He's absolutely dominating Lansing. Maybe they're waiting for Clinton County, but there's just no way. I would call it right now. It's not looking that good for Donovan McKinney, but if the voting trends of the remaining ballots are different, that would be fine. Let's see what this guy's saying. %75% of Dearborn election days in. It's weird because ultimately we just got some more votes in. Oh, MS. Okay. I wonder why the AP hasn't yet. Maybe they're waiting on one more drop from another part. Yeah, this is gonna come down to the wire, I think. Man, there's a 20,000 margin. I read somewhere that Oakland was going to end up being closer, but I think I don't know. A lot of these drops are not shifting the general percentage as much. Alger County just came in pretty good for Abdul. I would, Marquette doesn't have too many people, but that's going to be a big Abdul city. Yeah, 20,000 people. I would expect Abdul to net a couple thousand votes there. Oh, Isabella County is where Central is. Abdul seems to be doing pretty well there. Still more votes to count. He's going to net more out of Kalamazoo, I would assume. Oh, Allegan just came in, and that was good for Stevens, but really not that many people voting there as opposed to Ottawa. Muskegon might have I don't know. I think that would probably go to Abdul, but we don't really know. Berrien went to Abdul pretty strongly, as with the current results. Abdul must have got another favorable drop in Wayne somewhere. He's catching up to Stevens' margin in Wayne. So the one big amount of ballots that is going to sway the election more towards Stevens could be Macomb's absentee ballots and Oakland's absentee ballots. Wayne is going to get gradually better for Abdul over time as election day ballots get counted. That's what everyone is saying. But the absentee ballots really hit him hard. We really don't know where the other parts of the state are going. I mean, Flint could go anyway. I would expect that Abdul wins Genesee County because it's pretty suburban and progressive. Another big drop. No, there's no way McMorrow's getting 5% of the vote. I would be surprised if McMorrow gets 4%. But, for what it's worth, if McMorrow did endorse Haley Stevens, I do genuinely think that could have flipped this race because it's so margin razor thin. Ingham County is not all in. A lot of Ingham County is still yet to be counted. The thing for Abdul, though, is that he's not going to net as many votes from Ingham as he would elsewhere. There's still a lot to count in Grand Rapids. I think the city proper, though, is fully counted. It's the suburbs around it. They keep flicking this number around so much. Okay, you can't be posting this, dude. It's actually pretty bad. So Macomb is actually going to get better for Stevens because she has a lot of absentee ballots that are pending there. So you might actually, I would expect that to start to crater, and Stevens might net some of the votes there. Wayne is going to get better for Abdul by percentage wise, but we don't know if the net amount is going to get better for Abdul because there's still a lot of votes from Detroit that are included there. And he did not seem to be doing that well with the voters in Detroit. Flint is going to be a question mark, but I think Abdul's going to handle Genesee County. I don't think he's going to get beat there. Let's see. Abdul did pretty well in Houghton County, but you would expect that because it has a lot of college. I know there's a college campus up there. Hey, Marquette is going to probably net another 2,000 to 3,000 for Abdul. Oh, okay. Yeah. Jim Clyburn has magic, apparently. Let's see if Washington has its votes in yet. As expected, MGP seems to have cleared it. So one thing about Washington is a lot of times people use the Washington margins to predict how the general election margin is going to be. This is supposedly a swing district, so it's looking pretty good for the Democrats here. Because the way that the primary ballots go in Washington, because they're a joint primary, people try to use as a projection for how the percentage margin it will be either for Democrats or for Republicans going into the general election. So if Democrats are at like 55 and they like traditionally plus one Democratic area, that means their margin is a little bit better than normal. I wanted to see what's going on in the district that this one doesn't have any votes yet. The 4th district appears to have. I think this is a conservative district. I don't know. It might be just replacing. Yeah, it's replacing an incumbent. The Democrats probably aren't going to do that well here, as is. But when you take the total amount of votes collected in Washington, sometimes it has a predictive effect on the general election. Yeah, William Lawrence is expanding his lead as more votes come in from Lansing. His percentage is going down, but his net votes are going up. Abdul is also expanding his lead back up to around 4% with almost half the ballots counted. The other thing, it truly is very close in a lot of these counties. So like, Saginaw, actually, we're going to need to see more votes out of Saginaw. And Bay County is not looking as good for Abdul as you'd think. For what it's worth, I think Grand Traverse County and Marquette are going to be a crutch for Abdul because very little have come in from those counties. And Washtenaw, pretty much everything. I mean, Ypsi still might. I don't know if Ypsi's still in there or not, but the center of the state still has a lot of ballots to come out. And Kalamazoo is going to be a crush for Abdul, or at least the broader county there. Okay, Dearborn's only halfway in, according to 25 minutes ago. The way that Michigan reports ballots is literally one of the most frustrating things ever, I will say. Okay, it looks like the Flint absentees did come in and Haley Stevens is winning, but I think that like Abdul's going to win like Grand Blanc and like some of the greater suburbs there, Flushing, and honestly, no one would have predicted that suburbs would be the crutch for progressives after 20 to 2018 or 2016 results. But I mean, yeah, this is nothing like the Bernie race or even really the Whitmer Abdul race back in the day. Wayne County is considerably cratered, and there's still way more ballots that have to be counted. Abdul just took some ballots out in Manistee. That's a pretty good performance for him, but I think that's the election day ballots. So, the New York Times was saying that Michigan has improved its election counting system so much after it, was only 50% counted by midnight. It's now 11:30 and 46% counted. So I think it's going to end up being about the same as 2024. So there's some reckoning on ballot counting. They got to put all those counters to work right now. They really got to make sure they get these results out. Oh, man, what a divided party, though. And why is the AP not calling for Will Lawrence? This is crazy. He already won. Man. I think there was a lot of the polls for Abdul winning by that much might have created a sense of complacency among his own supporters, and then a sense of dread among Stevens supporters who seem to have come out in full force. As he continues to just have this comfortable lead as more votes come in, we don't really know what the Wayne County votes still are. Oh, yeah, the part of Wayne County that's not reporting. Oh. East Dearborn is in. Dearborn Heights and Dearborn have not come in. So also Hamtramck still has a lot of votes that need to be counted. Dearborn is yet to be counted, I think, for all of the votes there. I think what was the biggest scare for Abdul was just that when the Wayne drop happened, it was Detroit, specifically mail-in ballots, that just did not look good for him. But I don't think the margin in Wayne. I mean, I don't think Stevens is going to net that much there. But there's still a lot of ballots that need to be counted. I mean, like places like Shiawassee County, Genesee County, where Stevens could get another, 1,000 here, 1,000 there. APEC's probably going to throw a lot of money towards Mike Rogers. That is the case, but I feel like depending on how the general goes, this would be the easier way to win against Abdul. Bill's going to have to run up his margins in the remaining metros. He's still up 25,000 votes. So Stevens did just catch up a little bit on Abdul. I don't know where the drop was. Abdul's catching up in the margin in Wayne. He still has that 3% lead, which seems pretty comfortable for him. I feel like whoever wins, I don't know. I feel like if Abdul loses, a lot of his voters will be really pissed at Stevens. But I think whoever wins will be able to consolidate Democratic support. I don't think Marquette's anything to scoff at, and I know that Abdul's going to perform well there. And then Travers has still got some votes to count. Expect Antrim to also go Abdul. He seems to have this like coast. In Ann Arbor, Washtenaw is going to be better for him too. I wonder where in Washtenaw the outstanding ballots are. Oh, I got to turn my light on. I'll be right back. So the New York Times did drop an estimate thing here. It was looking a lot better for El-Sayed earlier, but it's about the same, and it's remained about the same for the past hour. It's still that comfy 3% margin for Abdul, and he's going to want to keep that as each drop comes up. He just gained back on that 3%. So it's definitely not the 15% win that some of the polling indicated here. So the New York Times still estimates that Abdul wins by 2.5% in the end, which is not a majority. But this is the closest thing to the needle we'll get. Wow. This is 4.5 hours in. This is actually a pretty nail-biting night. I don't like how they make This changes way too much for me to feel comfortable. Like this is so jumpy. So Abdul still has more votes in Dearborn to get. Oh, I haven't checked this race in a minute, but Donovan McKinney's back up on Tree Tanadar. That is huge. Yep, Lawrence has officially been called, and there's still a lot of votes in Lansing and Clinton County to be counted. It's going to be Sean McCann, Kelly Barr, I would assume, in that race. And then I'd still call Hines for Macomb. Another drop in Wayne that did improve Stevens' margin, but it doesn't look like it's really affected the drop. Man, Oh, Abdul just took the lead in Van Buren. He's winning in Kalamazoo still. I don't think anyone can call it yet. It just got a little bit tighter. New York Times is holding by its estimate, though. Could just be where places are reporting. Ooh, the New York Times keeps lowering its estimate, which is not a good sign, which means that their estimate might be wrong. Now, they've only lowered it a little bit, but in the drops that have been happening, these are Wayne drops. And as the percentage craters, the net amount is not perfect for Abdul. And this is a tight race. I still think Abdul's going to win, but it is pretty tight right now. And it does look like Shri has been defeated. There's still a lot more votes to count here, but the election day votes are going to be 50-50, I would assume. Or at least tight enough that it won't flip too much. And then of the likely outcomes with this model, it's looking like Abdul does have the lead. It's just in a extreme example, there's a chance that Stevens could take it. %56% of the vote, and they're probably going to end up with like 8 to 10% more of a higher percentage of the vote than they had by midnight last year at this current rate. McKinney's still looking good. This is really a total nail biter. I would call it for Hines right now, but I think there's some late votes that'll come in that could shift. Oh, Grimel doing good in Oakland County, kind of is a surprise. Abdul barely trailed in the election day votes in Detroit. It was just the absentee ballots that he underperformed in. He still has that 25,000 vote buffer. And he gained a little bit. I don't know what just dropped. Probably a part of Wayne. And it could crater a little bit for him, but I think he'll stay up. So when you see this, with 50% of the votes in, if Wayne shifts to 6% of the final margin for Stevens, then Abdul's going to win this election. Or no, he's going to win net votes here. Oh, there's another Wayne drop. That was really good for Abdul. That was probably Dearborn. So, yeah. Abdul's back up to about 3.4%, and then his the projection margin actually just went up for him. His range is still existing. Okay, yeah, so this is actually really good for Abdul, is he just heavily shrunk the margin in Wayne County down to about 7%. And it's expected to go even further down to about 4% by the end of the day. Oakland County is going to be stuck around 5% plus Stevens, which is, with how everything else went, not really good for either candidate. Some of the rural counties just popped in. So Abdul has a 30,000 vote lead right now. Oh, yep. So he's tricking up in his chances. And the furthest deviations away that would lead to him losing. Okay. From seeing his results that he just got dropped in, I think he's safe to win. And I do think, it is key to mention he was outspent 9-1. And in the general election, I don't think he's going to be outspent that much because he will get some outside support when he goes against Rogers, and then he'll be able to raise his own war chest because this state's going to be pretty important. But that 3% lead has not budged for a whole 2 hours. Now, Abdul's worst upcoming drop is going to be the Macomb County absentee ballots that haven't been counted yet. But he's going to net he's still going to get the votes he needs in Ingham, Kent, and Washtenaw. McKinney has a pretty strong lead on Shree right now. So this is Clinton County finally started coming in. Okay, for anyone that's tuning in right now, as 60% of the vote is in, Abdul continues to have a 3% lead, and I expect that to kind of continue out till the end. There's two spots where Stevens could kind of still continue. I mean, there might be some votes in Wayne that still go her way. Her lead's cratered there pretty significantly. And then she has a lot of ballots in both Macomb and Oakland that still have to be counted. Even though Abdul's winning in Macomb, the margin there is going to shrink by how much Abdul's winning by. And it's cratered now to 3%, but the New York Times has adjusted that he's likely going to win by 2.5%. And it's getting to the point where it could be called soon. They probably aren't going to call anything tonight. It's now midnight in Michigan, 9 p.m. here. But still a lot of ballots to count. I would much rather be Donovan McKinney right now than Sri Kanadar, and it looks like he's pulled off a pretty significant upset. And along with the 3% that Abdul has carried, he has about this 25 to 30,000 vote margin. And even if it does crater a little bit, he can make a difference. Another thing that Abdul did have in his favor is because he was running a strong campaign in these outer counties and rural counties, he's performing by pretty good margins in them. I mean, still getting 40% of the vote here. A lot of these people will transfer their votes in the general. The places that he might have to worry about for the general are the Metro Detroit area. New York Times has adjusted it back down to a closer margin, but even on the bad end of that margin, it would have to be over a standard deviation away from what's likely. Still a lot of ballots in Washtenaw. Marquette hasn't dropped yet. Muskegon hasn't dropped yet. Still a lot of ballots in Genesee. Saginaw, Midland. Oh, Abdul won in Midland. And he remains at the 3% margin. And now it's a good 30,000 vote lead. I think the thing that's also going to benefit him is the discourse might change a little bit. He didn't win by as much as it was expected for him to be, but he overcame a lot. And he won after all. Barring an anomaly at the end of this election. I mean, obviously anything can happen, but they've notched up his margin back up to 2.4. It's looking less and less likely that, oh, now it went back down to 2.1. Is that one of the thumb counties came in? Yeah, one of the thumb counties came in strong for Stevens. Man, 62% in. It's now midnight. So yeah, 12% higher than last year or 2 years ago. With a lot less votes, I will state. So Stevens still has a considerable amount of votes in Wayne and Oakland and Macomb. But Abdul will continue his margins in Washtenaw and Kent, which should carry him to the lead. Also, Marquette's not nothing, but I would rather it come sooner rather than later. It's been 5 hours since the start of the stream. Okay. Just going to check in on what's still going on here. 61%, 62% in. Oh, that's actually a good drop for Abdul. I don't know what just came in. I think part of Grand Rapids just dropped. But he's now up to about 3.4% and over 30,000 votes. Stevens is running out of votes in Macomb and, in Oakland, not Macomb. Only winning it by 12,000 votes. I think a key element here is there wasn't enough youth turnout for Abdul to really make it like a landslide. hasn't been any changes. It's now 63% in. Definitely still looking good for Abdul, but man, they might not even call it tonight, which sucks. Okay, as some more people are tuning back in. So we still have 62% of the vote in. 3.4% lead for Abdul. New York Times has him at about a 2.3 lead in the end. Stevens' win is over 1 standard deviation. At least I think that's how these are represented, which is extremely unlikely to occur. Anything outside these bars is extremely unlikely. Expected to crater around this 49, 47. But Abdul still has some vote sinks. He still has Marquette, which is a very progressive city. Muskegon probably could go either way. %50 of Wayne County is in, and that margin will still continue to crater. It's still cratering a little bit for McKinney, but he's winning here as of now. See if Bridge has anything different. We're finally getting some of these counties up here. Abdul's winning them, but not by much. It's really not. It's not any marginal difference. Grand Traverse County is going pretty well for Abdul. That's a 3,000 vote margin. Definitely adds to the total count. Abdul just expanded his lead to 3.6. I don't know where that votes. I mean, Grand Rapids is coming in more. What's crazy is Mallory McMorrow could have made a big difference here. If she had endorsed Stevens, it might have swayed enough of the vote. We're now at 64%, 50% specifically of Detroit. Just drops from Oakland County and Macomb left. Well, Macomb has quite a few votes left, but besides the point. You're going to have a lead, definitely have a cushion. I think there was definitely a big enthusiasm gap in the primary where the most enthusiastic supporters definitely all coalesced around Abdul, but a lot of the more tepid voters voted Stevens. We now are at 64%. I kind of want to see 66. Let's see here. Wait, no, I'm not trying to click on the picture. No. Okay. I do think that another take here. A lot of the progressive energy that has been coalescing. Oh wow, McMorrow might actually get 4%. That's crazy. But a lot of the progressive energy here is definitely coalesced in the key cities of the state. I mean, Traverse is clear, Kent is clear, Ingham and Washtenaw is clear. And, you can kind of see that in like New York or Denver or some of the key cities that have this progressive energy that is radiating. but there is still a taste for more moderate Democrats in the suburbs and rurals. They're predicting even closer margin now, 2.1, with 65% in, but still more than a deviation away. It's still crazy to me that Marquette hasn't reported a single ballot. What the hell is going on in Marquette right now? It has been, oh my God. How many hours? 4.5 hours, and Marquette hasn't even gotten a single ballot out? Man. So Abdul's still leading at about 3,000 or 33,000 or 34,000 now votes. Okay, 1 second here. Ooh, this is actually one thing I really don't like. Their cratering is Abdul's model chances to about 1.8, which means that some of the Wayne precincts might not be good for him, or he's not getting the margins he needs elsewhere. Who it could end up being a nail biter coming forward. But I think he's still set here. Wayne County is projecting to be better for Stevens after all, which is about a 7. But there's still going to be, with 67% of the vote in, Stevens has to really kind of push her margins. That was another positive upwards trajectory for Abdul. He's still at that 3.3% lead. I don't know which city dropped that. Oh, yeah, another drop from Kent. So pretty much all of Abdul's Kent County base is done. He still has a Washtenaw Bastion and then some more from Ingham. Oh, Marquette just dropped. That put him up 1%. Wow. That netted him 3,000 votes. Yep. I said Marquette could net him at least 2,000. That's 2,800. I knew that he would do well there. Okay. Yeah, that helped out his margin because they weren't accounting for Marquette. So let me calculate it out. That's pretty much, I think they just put everything in one drop. They haven't counted a single ballot all night, and then they just release it all at once. 7,100 to 4,300. Progressive North County, City of Marquette. %68 of the vote in. Abdul in pole position to win with 37,000 vote lead. Detroit and Wayne County is still what remains. Oakland is all but counted. Stevens netted another 3,000 votes from the absentee ballots in Oakland that were still pending, but completely negated by Marquette's ballots. Now, the places where Abdul is probably going to hurt, there's still some ballots that need to be counted out in Genesee and Saginaw, and he performed solidly, but it might be another 1,000 or 2 that he goes down. And then Wayne, I mean, he's only down 3,000 in Wayne. It might be another couple thousand that Stevens nets there. I would definitely not want to be Stevens right now. It's getting to the point where it's a second standard deviation. I definitely think you can call it now, barring like some crazy drops in Detroit or Wayne. And I mean, I guess Muskegon. Let me look up the Muskegon population. If Muskegon goes heavy to, let me see. It's a much younger city, though. I think Muskegon goes to Abdul. I'm going to assume that Muskegon is going to be a wash for either candidate. Abdul's now up 37,000 and around 37,500 votes. It's getting to the point where Stevens' victory would have to be 2 standard deviations away. And the margins that New York Times has is 2.3%. Now we have, oh wait, they haven't updated yet. I want to try and see Muskegon. They don't have it yet. Oh, no. I meant Marquette. Oh man, this is going to go down to the wire. The McKinney versus Tanadar. Oh man, I think the E-Day votes are going to be very close. Man, Tanadar might just have the edge on him. But wow. I think McKinney is getting coalitions of votes that Abdul wasn't, and that's what's carrying him in this region of Detroit. But I think that Tanadar is still performing well. Writing Tanadar off is very you can't ever do it. That's what I was saying at the beginning. I did kind of write Stevens off because I thought she was kind of cooked. It looks like at this point she is cooked, but she put a very close race in the end. Still 50% of the votes in Detroit left, but as that margin, the top line margin goes up, I don't think she's gonna get the netting she needs. It might be another 10,000, but it's not going to be 40,000, and that's with, you know, she'll net some more out of like Saginaw and Genesee, I think, than there. Where's the place with the most votes left still? I don't think that her supporters. Oh wow! Actually, how did Swanson do in Genesee? Wow, he didn't win, but he got 46%. Wow, the Tri-County area went heavily for Chris Swanson. It's like the only place in the state he did well in. That's what happens when you're the Genesee County Sheriff. Still couldn't win his own county though. That's tough. Okay, so it's been called for Hines. I don't know if anyone needed to hear that still, but Hines is now winning. So that'll be a swing district election. We still need to know how McKinney is going to do here. Let's see if Washington has its results done yet. It's definitely leaning to be a much more progressive year for the Democrats with this race, though. Usually they use Washington as a barometer for how elections are expected to go. It was pretty off in 2024, but it might not be that off in 2026, just based on turnout. Because this is like a prelude to a general election with both parties thrown together. Let's see right now. So as I look here, I'll go back to an actual interesting competitive election here. Detroit is not dropping anything right now. There's still 50% of the ballots out. I would assume mainly E-Day votes. And they're just not dropping anything. New York Times still has Abdul up about 2%. Nothing from Muskegon. Saginaw, probably another 1,000 votes netting for Stevens there. Shiawassee, maybe a couple, like 500. These little rural ones, probably like 100 at most, maybe 200. Antrim might net to Abdul another 100 or so, maybe 50. I definitely think the Progressive Coalition going into 2028 is going to be very different than it was in 2020 or 2016. Sanders had different types of appeal to a lot of the, in comparison to a lot of the modern progressives. And maybe if you have someone like AOC running, it'll look very similar to this in Michigan, where she might do particularly well in the metro, Detroit, win out to progressive cities like Grand Rapids and Ann Arbor, perform particularly well in Ingham, but not win out through, Wayne County. I think this is probably one of the only Democratic primaries where the person who loses Wayne County and Oakland County wins overall. It's just such a different coalition than Michigan that everyone's used to. But whenever you're, 55, 45 or closer, it's really not like a big substantial win. It's pretty much a wash. And if you make these counties a wash, you can run up the margins in your base counties and then win the election, which is what Abdul was able to do. Now it's up to 2.4%. It's getting much better for Abdul with 69% of the votes in. Still have 30% left, but as we get closer, the chance for Stevens to really mount a comeback is getting lower and lower. They're not going to call the election, but we're getting the votes for everywhere but the last bit of Wayne. I can try and see some of the House and Senate races. Let's check out the all races here. 70% of votes in, 3.4% lead for Abdul. Mallory McMorrow officially hit 4%. Wow, 6% in Marquette. Definitely McMorrow could have probably swayed that race either way with an endorsement. I bet she feels very content with herself right now, actually, by that. McKinney is still up on Shree. I need to get out of these Washington results. But there's just been no change there. I don't think this district is competitive at all. But I guess it has Mount Pleasant in it. Ben Ambrose appears to have won. Oh, Molinar. It might be a little bit competitive. I don't know. But my understanding is this one was not one you can win. Might be a swingy district. Oh, Ayash is down in that. That is not where you'd want to be if you're Ayash. Looks like Conyers 3 might be beating Hollier. Alawaya beating Brines. I think Johnson's getting beat by Kleinefeld. One of those huge, narrative changing elections. Okay, Gilmer Hill has officially defeated Scott. I would say that's close enough with 86% in. Maybe, actually, I'll hold back on that because there might be absentee or something like that there. But everything else is, pretty huge. Mugello keeps his seat. Ingham County still has some ballots to count. A lot more of Wayne County just came in, and Abdul still has this healthy 3% margin. Let's see how much it changed the 73% of votes in. Let's see if it changed the projection at all. It keeps it exactly about how we thought, about 2%. That's another 6%, though. Macomb came in. Now it's getting a little bit closer. More of Wayne came in. Stevens is going to have to net a lot more. That's 34,000 votes. This hasn't updated yet. That might be other regions of Wayne. 60% in from Wayne. A lot of Wayne drops all at once. 74% is in, 2.9% lead for El Sayed, and projected to be a 2% victory. As more of the votes get counted, it's going to be harder and harder for Stevens to really make 33,500 right now. Muskegon is really lacking. Does Vote Hub have a higher? Oh, there's still 73%. Yeah, they're lacking. Anyone tuning in right now, some of the Wayne ballots are coming in, which is netting the final down, but Abdul is closing in on that margin in Wayne, so it's making the amount that Stevens nets out of it less. I mean, right now she has a 14,000 vote net out of Wayne County proper, and she might turn that into another 3,000 or 6,000 max, but Abdul still has a 34,000 vote margin to catch up to. So if she gets it down to, with all the other counties in the state that are leaning to her, Haley Stevens gave me Silospora. I mean, she might have through all those TV ads. As we are closing out, I think it's definitely. I was already confident that Abdul was going to pull it out, but he's winning. He's going to win by more than 2%, I'd say. The one I'm not sure about is Shree and McKinney. I assume that with the increases in Wayne that just happened, there's going to be another drop for this race very soon, and we're going to get a pretty good look onto who's going to win. I don't know who I'd rather be right now. With half the votes still left to count, it could really swing either way. I'd be pretty surprised if Abdul didn't win Muskegon. How did he do in Muskegon? Oh, let's see. Bernie won that county. He did less well there. It's probably going to be a wash 50-50. I think you could potentially call it right now for El Sayed, just because he doesn't have anywhere else that. Okay, one of these counties just came in. Yeah, 600 vote net is not enough for her. That was all of it just came in all at once. They just now dropped it. More of Wayne just dropped. It's still 33,000 votes. Even as the percentage gets closer, the barrier that Stevens has to beating Abdul is 33,000 votes. Now that we have a lot of votes in, I mean, we can compare. Abdul's officially gotten more votes in. Oh, wait, has he yet? Oh, yeah, it's guaranteed. He's going to get more votes than Gretchen Whitmer did in 2018. So there's a lot of energy in this primary. And it's really saying something when you can go against your incumbent governor, against the incumbent senator, and win, which I think he was able to do tonight. I think some of his internals that were released in, some of the polling might not have captured where voters were all over in the state. Maybe their methodology was a little off. But he's coming out on top. If anyone missed it when Marquette came in, Abdul netted 3,000 votes, which is pretty big. Another drop just happened. I assume it's not Wayne County. It's not Macomb. I don't know where that came in from. Not Lansing. Still has the same amount of votes to come in from Washtenaw and Ingham County, or the same percentage worth as the amount of outstanding votes. I think he's going to end up getting over 600,000 votes, which would be huge. And as tough as competitive primaries can be, I mean, 2008 between Obama and Hillary was a very competitive primary. But in this case, Abdul is a lot of Democrats came out to vote. There's some work that has to be done in order to win over, all the people that voted for Stevens. But I do think Abdul will be able to get a lot of those people to come out for him. The problem was it was just such a bitter primary. But what benefits Abdul is that Benson is, Benson needs to win the gubernatorial race, and a lot of the Democrats that came out for Stevens will come out and vote in that election. And I would assume more of them would either vote for Abdul. There might be some of them that choose to leave it blank, but I can't see people that are coming out to vote for Benson are also going to vote for Rogers. So he does have his work cut out for him to win over those votes. But I'm fairly certain I could say right now that he won 60% in Wayne. Still only 50% there. Another drop somewhere. Oh, Ingham just dropped. There might be a bunch of towns in Ingham that just start dropping right now. It's getting, as we're now approaching 3/4 of the vote in, it's getting more and more statistically unlikely for Stevens to win. Her max cap would be 49%, and that's like pretty much 3 standard deviations were off. and Abdul's bottom cap is 47%, but it's way more likely they're just going to get exactly where they're at right now. Oh yeah, that's Marquette coming in strong for Abdul. Ishiming and Marquette. Oh man, 24% of the vote is still left here. And really, the results have not significantly changed since 3 or 4 hours ago. There was one moment where the Detroit absentee ballot vote dropped, and then it just shot up. Stevens and Abdul almost right next to each other, and then immediately after that, the rest of Grand Rapids dropped, and it completely negated it. Stevens spoke at her primary night event. We knew this was going to be a close race and that it's exactly what we got, a close race. But friends, I'm feeling good about this race. I'm feeling fired up. Debbie Dingle remained silent. I think Abdul not winning it tonight on getting congratulations from, people for winning might hurt him another day or two. But it's going to get called, and the news is going to come out in the morning that Abdul won the election. It's now 1 a.m. in Michigan. More of Saginaw came in. It's the same margin as before. A lot of the rural counties are completely done. Allegan County flipped towards Abdul. That's pretty big. That was a good drop for him, actually. As the final results do come in, a lot of the more populated parts of the state lean Abdul, and the less populated parts of the state lean Stevens. But there is the exception on the east side of the state where you have the Tri-Cities. Bay seems to have gone for Stevens. Saginaw goes for Stevens, but Midland goes for Abdul. Flint goes for Stevens, but Oakland was very close for both of them. And Wayne is going to end up very close for both of them. We still are waiting for an official call. It's been stuck at 76 for about 5 to 10 minutes. I think at about, I don't know. I think it's ridiculous. I haven't called it yet, to be honest. Detroit still has some votes to come out, but they're mainly election day. Okay, I'm still in here. Let's see. I don't think anyone's tuning in anymore. It's getting too late, but I want to stay until there's a call. Okay, so while I was away, Abdul still has a 30,000 vote margin. It has cratered a little bit in the past 7% that's come in, but he's still up 30,000, and he has a 2.7% lead, 2.6%. And Macomb finally dropped. So that is one of the big breaks Stevenson needed. She did end up winning Macomb. So let's see. Okay. The Macomb actually is doing better for Stevens than it was projected. Was that the rest of Macomb? No. Where was that? I don't know what. Oh, that's Muskegon just came in. That netted Stevens 1,500 votes. So Muskegon not going to Abdul, but 1,000. I mean, it's definitely more than nothing, but now it's officially down to a 2% race, and I think that even though it's cratered, the likelihood of Stevens winning is going down by more because the final outcomes are getting less and less likely now that Muskegon's finally counted. I mean, these rural counties might net a couple hundred votes, but that'll be all for Stevens left. And I think Detroit is going to end up being kind of a wash for Stevens going forward. It's going to give her a few more thousand votes, but I'm not totally sure. Okay, we got more votes in. I think that was Saginaw. Okay, Stevens pushed up a small. Oh, yeah, Wayne's coming in now. 65% in. Let's see if anything. Oh, man, it is close. Oh, man. So the net vote amount didn't change much, but the percentage got tighter for McKinney and Tanadar. And I assume that that's also going to be occurring a little bit for Abdul. He has, I think it's a 25,000 vote lead. Yep, 26,000 vote lead. So it has officially gotten to a closer margin. And maybe okay, yeah. It has tightened up quite a bit. Abdul's definitely still going to win by over 1%. McKinney, oh man, that could go either way. He still the 3%, the 3,000 vote lead is going to be key for McKinney there. How much did she net though? She's not netting anything from Wayne drops. The votes that Stevens is netting is from the other regions of the state that are just coming in, and she doesn't have another Muskegon. Flint could still come out, but we don't know where those votes lie. Probably in the city proper. But the election day votes are going to be probably better for Abdul, just in the same way that Wayne is coming in. So it'll make this percentage closer, but the ultimate final result would be better for Abdul. It'll crater. Yeah, I mean, I think it does crater a little bit more. Maybe a Washtenaw drop makes it look better for him. Ooh, still 80% in there. Lansing still has a lot of ballots left. Came out on top in Clinton County. Oh, yep. One of these counties just dropped. Just as I strafed over it, I think it might have been Ingham. Dropped another couple votes. So it's a pure 2% lead right now. They're saying it'll crater a 0.5%, probably more of Wayne. Macomb a little bit. The remaining ballots in Macomb might be Ide now. Oh, Alpena flipped to Abdul. I don't know if that's been like that for a while. Does Haley have a chance? I think you're still here. I don't know when you typed that, but I would say as of right now, I do not think Haley has a chance. It would be extremely statistically unlikely. It would have to be. She netted a few thousand votes out of Detroit. 23,000 total. I'm trying to do the math here, and I just can't see any way she has a chance. And it's close. Like even if it gets within 1%, even if it gets within 0.5%, this is a winner-take-all election. You don't get a participation trophy when you lose an election like this. It is by the thinnest of margins. Abdul is going to win, either by 1.5%, 1%, 2%, somewhere in that range. But even as you see it get closer and closer to this trend line, New York Times has some pretty excellent coverage here. Oh, wait, let me zoom in on this. Even if it gets closer, this has shrunk more and more. And it's looking exactly like it was before, this like 47, 49. It hasn't changed at all. It might get down a little bit towards 48, 47 or 48, 49. But with all these last drops, I don't think it'll be enough for Stevens. So the New York Times is reporting the margin will probably narrow a little bit. I'm saying it'll probably be between 1 to 1.5% with the remaining votes. I mean, Wayne is a little bit a tricky one. But for all the votes that are going to still come in I think Ingham is going to essentially block all the votes that come out of Genesee and Saginaw if there's any left. Shiawassee doesn't have enough to influence anything. Oakland County is definitely done now. Macomb could shift a little bit more, but wherever just dropped. I think it was another part of Wayne, but it didn't get any. It's not getting any. It's still getting tight. 621 minus 598 885. It's still a 22,000 vote margin. 23,000 if you round up. Let's see if this one has more votes. Still 69% of the votes. Wow. I think a lot of the late undecided voters did coalesce behind Stevens, and that was what caused it to end up being such a close race. But I mean, the other crazy thing is Abdul got, more votes in this election, in this contested ass primary that Widmer got in 2018, for herself in the primary. Now that was more of a three-way race, but wow. McMorrow still got 50,000 votes. I mean, that's no short order. Still 23,000 votes. I mean, it could crater a little bit more, but let me calculate how much Wayne is now. 16,000 net. That's only a 2,000 vote net difference. It's not going to turn into 10,000. A lot of the remaining parts of Wayne County that are left to be counted are not really either stronghold. I actually don't think that Dearborn proper is not counted. I just think they don't have it available here. If it is, then Abdul's in the clear. But I think that the remaining Wayne is this. I think this is called Downriver, to be honest. This area. I'm not entirely certain what that's called, though. I'm not from that area of Michigan. Let me double check. Oh, I was 100% right. Downriver is that part. I wouldn't expect that to be Abdul's strongest point, but I don't think it's Stevens either. Mhm. Abdul might net some in Antrim, but I'm not 100% certain. Haley officially just crossed into the 600,000 vote margin, but it's still within 20. It's about 23,000 votes. Large parts of Ingham and Washtenaw uncounted. Wayne has large portions uncounted. Some Macomb left. Lapeer won't matter. Some Genesee. That's really everything that will have a big factor. How many votes was Antrim? Yeah, that'll be nothing in the end. I think he's going to end up winning by probably 15,000. It's now 82% in. I wonder what just came in. Oh, Lenawee County? Oh, it was a good drop for Lenawee County for Abdul. Some of these counties still have election day ballots that are coming out, I guess. Monroe County is kind of a wash for both. It's Abdul's back. It's pretty much the same still. 33,000 about. Give me 1 second. Still about 22,500. So if you look here, Ann Arbor and Detroit will probably wash. Ingham and Genesee will probably wash. And I mean, there might be some more in Macomb. There might be some more in Monroe. But wow. Oh, Calhoun County actually still has some stuff going on too. How many people are voting there? That's not going to matter that much. With 82% in, it's still close. Abdul's winning by about 22,200 votes. Now, in regards to the Tanadar-McKinney race, there's 70% of the votes in, still about 3,000 votes. How it's going right now, it's getting closer, but I would rather be Donovan McKinney than Sri Tanadar, which would be a pretty big defeat for Sri, who has somehow been able to win it. He's been winning a lot, and he's always had divided primaries, but now the one-on-one finally has created like a 50-50 primary. Still 22,000 vote margin. It got a little bit closer from earlier. Going to try to show the where votes are still left. Let me see. The way, I mean, there's still some votes left in Tiny Mountain, Grand Rapids. That won't matter. Kalamazoo, Ingham, and Washtenaw. And that's probably going to offset what's left in Wayne. But Wayne could really kind of turn either way. It could be a little bit more pro-Stevens than people think. One of these rural counties netted 500 for Stevens. That's not great for Abdul, but it's really not that much. He still has probably a few hundred votes out in Traverse. Oh, Antrim came in for Abdul. He only netted 40 votes out of it, though, so it doesn't make any difference at all, really. Leelanau might have some more votes for him. It looks another drop happened. Was that Detroit, or why is it only 65%? Let me refresh. It was 67 earlier. They keep adjusting it. I will say I really don't think Abdul's going to lose. He still has the 20,000 vote sink margin, and he's got plenty of ballots from Washtenaw and Ingham that will still go his way. There was another drop. I don't know where it came in from. Oh, Genesee's practically counted now. Stevens only netted another 1,000 votes from that. It's not going to make too much of a difference. The only question is where the remaining votes in Detroit are. If this race is any indication, the total net amount won't be enough to sway 20,000, but there might be a combined effect of whatever rurals are still left. I mean, how would Jackson go? I mean, in 2016, Jackson was Bernie. I guess it's definitely not the same race as 2016. I'll tell you that. Yeah, Jackson's closer for Abdul in 2018, and Bernie won it in 2016. It's kind of a shame. It does kind of show that the progressive versus moderate in 2026 is a wildly different grouping. The cities have very heavily coalesced towards progressive. I mean, Ypsi and Ann Arbor, Ingham, Grand Rapids heavily turned out for Abdul. Now it's just 20,000 votes. 67% of Wayne is in. Macomb has probably got a few thousand more votes there. Let me see if there's any discourse on Twitter over this right now. I don't think Abdul's going to win Wayne County. I think it's going to be tight. There was another big vote drop. That was 3% of Wayne County right there. Okay, let me calculate this out. So he's still up over 20%. It was a favorable part of Wayne County for Abdul that just dropped. It might have been a part of Dearborn or Downriver. Another drop out of, yeah. I think Abdul's definitely solidifying his lead now because he's getting drops from Detroit that benefit him. There's still this out pending 30%, but 20% of Ann Arbor still has to count, or Washtenaw County, which will still be good enough for him. And then 40% of Ingham County, which will net him a couple thousand votes, and it might split the difference with anything else that's pending out here. They're not calling it yet, but I think Abdul wins by over 1%. About this 1.5%, 20,000 vote margin, razor thin. The remaining Wayne County could really be anywhere, but I would also say Donovan McKinney is in the pole position right now. Abdul officially won the Upper Peninsula. So that's pretty big. Upper Peninsula for Abdul. Did I just see another county flip? Was that Van Buren? I don't know. I'm just seeing things now. Another vote drop. Wasn't anywhere big. Let's check where the votes are remaining. Stevens' margin in Wayne is dropping because of that last vote drop. It was a bad break for Stevens recently. She needed to get better out of that last vote drop. And it's getting tighter and tighter. The chances for Stevens to win is getting much less likely. Second or third deviation now. A lot of the downriver regions have come in, and it's just not good enough for Stevens to win it. too fucking close. I'll have to say that though. Oh, Livonia. I would say Livonia is probably going to go to Abdul. Oh, my sister's calling me. What's up? I'm still streaming. Yeah, I want to take your call. Another Wayne has 70% in, and it actually just increased Abdul's margin. I don't think there's too many people watching at this hour. Well, it says one right now, but it can be jumpy. But everyone wants to hear an expert reporter's analysis. Yeah, down to the wire. Still, I think there was another big drop. Might have been Monroe County or Wayne is 71% in. Still 20,000 votes to be counted. Ann Arbor and Ingham still have a lot of votes left. Leelanau and Traverse, I mean, they're not going to matter in the end. Genesee's mainly counted. Saginaw's mainly counted. Muskegon came in a few minutes ago. And Abdul did flip Lenawee. And yeah. I would say as of right now, the remaining part of Wayne is Livonia, but it's looking like it's probably a dual area, but I guess people don't know yet. %85 now. But it's now to the point where Washtenaw and Ingham are lower than the total margin. It's pretty much just Detroit, or I mean, not Detroit, but Wayne that's not Detroit. Ingham just dropped a bigger. Ingham just dropped and netted 2,000 more votes for Abdul, and he still has about a quarter of it left. He just jumped to 1.5 or 1.6% now, and he's still up 23,000. The other big one is Donovan McKinney is up 3,000 votes, 2,800 now, but it hasn't changed since it was at the percentage has gotten tighter, but the amount of lead he hasn't gone down. So I think Donovan McKinney is likely to win, but definitely way too early to call because we don't know what still needs to be counted. Could you imagine? I think it's Livonia still, but that's about it. And then, yeah, well, either way, I mean, I can let you go, but I. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'll see it. Peace. And with that, 1.6 margin, 22,000 votes. At this moment, I can't see Stevens pulling out of this one. It is crazy to see Macomb, Oakland, and Wayne not vote for the winner in a primary, though. %85 in. It's now about getting close to 2 a.m. in Michigan, 10:44 here in California. Let's see how much Washington is counted. Wow, only 53% of the votes in some of the more competitive races here. Still 22,000 votes. Wonder where that came from. Oh, Washtenaw came in a little bit. And Rose dropping 86% officially. We're almost approaching the now we're getting close to the 7th hour. Oh, more of Wayne just came in, and it was a positive. It was positive for Abdul. He's now up to 25,000 votes. He went up to 1.8%. That is pretty bad for Stevens. It is expected the rest of Wayne will be good for her, But if that was Livonia, that is not looking good for her. I would assume there's still about 30% of Detroit that has to be counted. But now the margin in Wayne is down to 12,000 votes. And we're getting a lot more votes counted now. There's still one county, which is Gladwin, but I mean, I don't think anyone really lives there. Yeah, I expect less than 3,000 votes there. %87 is in. Abdul has increased his lead back to around 24,000 votes. Going to be a tough margin for Stevens to break with 20% of Wayne. Now there's officially a higher percentage of votes in Washtenaw pending than Wayne, which all of these Wayne votes, as we can see, aren't exactly Stevens' strongest ballots. And Abdul is starting to increase on his lead, and the margins are increasing again too, based on that Livonia drop, I believe. Let me check if that's what it was. If the map itself can show up. Who would have thought that Livonia would be the progressive bastion to deliver Abdul the victory? It could have been maybe Taylor or Southgate. I'm not sure. Maybe another chunk of Dearborn Heights. Oh, it's going to be Redford, Livonia, and Dearborn Heights that are left. Maybe Canton and Plymouth. That's going to be an Abdul stronghold. I think this is what's remaining in Wayne is going to look good for Abdul, and maybe people aren't projecting that out. Dearborn Heights is definitely going to still stay with them if that's what's still pending. Inkster is a question, but it's looking like the areas right next to it are good for him. Redford, is a wash. Livonia and Wayne proper. And there's not much. I mean, Wyandotte will probably go for him or close to for him. Oh, he's expanding on his lead right now. And Abdul actually pushed up a little bit in his margins and his chances. He's now projected to go back up, 1.7%. I would say if it's really true that the remaining Wayne that's left, that's looking very good for Abdul if this is what's left. There might be a couple of votes here in Detroit or it's like Grosse Pointe Park. That's also going to be good for Abdul. And it's going to be good for Donovan McKinney too, if this is what's left for him. Let's see what's in his Taylor. Oh, it's this region. Yeah, Donovan McKinney might still have a tough area. I don't know if Wyandott's in his district though. Is it? No, it's not. Cuts off right above Wyandotte. So it's probably election day stuff here, maybe a couple precincts of Detroit and Grosse Pointe Park and Highland Park, which that could go either way. Abdul just increased his margin again. He's back up to 20. Oh, wait. He's back up to 28,000. He's at 2%. Oh, and Ann Arbor just dropped. He's back to 2.1%. He's starting to take it away. He's cratering Wayne County down to 10,000 vote margin. I think the remaining votes in Wayne are actually good for Abdul, not bad for him. So, what was a nail biter? It's getting to the point where we've gotten to 29,000 vote margin. Stevens does not have. She does not have the remaining regions. I mean, Highland Park would be it, but Highland Park is going to get offset by Grosse Pointe Park or, I mean, Dearborn Heights and Inkster. That is, I mean, if we're looking right next to Inkster here, Abdul's winning 2-1. I mean, maybe he doesn't win Inkster proper, maybe he doesn't win Wayne or Canton, but these are suburbs that I would assume lean more progressive than moderate if you look at the region, the neighboring area. Man, he dominated in Ypsi. This is going to be a wash. Berlin Charter. Looks like it cratered a little bit back down to 2%. Because Stevens does still have some votes in the surrounding. I mean, Macomb might actually still be strong for her. Stevens ran up her margin in Macomb, but she just wasn't able to do it everywhere else. Abdul has a pretty healthy lead now. McKinney, I mean, this last 30%, I think, would include, if it's in his district, Highland Park. Yeah, I think it is. Grosse Pointe Park. Maybe, it would just be Taylor, I think. But that's already counted. Uncounted votes. There's still a lot of uncounted votes in Wayne. Oh, they must have finished up Washtenaw. Let me see. Another drop in Washtenaw, yeah. think the only thing Stevens has left is whatever is pending in this area. And I mean, maybe it's Grosse Pointe. If it's Grosse Pointe, that's going to be good for McKinney, I think. But maybe not. I don't know. That would be pretty ironic if Grosse Pointe is what delivers McKinney the victory on Shree, considering all of the endorsements he got. So definitely not the 15 to 20% like end zone spike victory that would have shocked the whole country that some of the polling was indicating. However, still against all odds, defeating the entire force of the political establishment backing Haley Stevens, I would say that's still pretty strong for Abdul. That's a little bit of a goalpost shift, but a close election is still a close election at the end. And a win is a win. %90 in. Oh, I got some people that dropped in late. So yes, there's 90% of the vote in, 89%, give or take. The remaining areas in Wayne County, I think the New York Times is actually under projecting. I think they're going to go for Abdul pretty well. As you can see here, it's going to be Livonia, Dearborn Heights, Inkster, which is right here, Wayne, and then some of these charter townships that don't have that many people. Northville, which I do expect to. Oh, I mean, maybe Haley Stevens wins Northville. I'm not sure. And then there's Highland Park, which I do think Stevens will do well in, but maybe not as much. I don't know how much Hamtramck spills over at Highland Park. Grosse Pointe Park, Clinton Charter Township, which shouldn't have too many people, and really nothing else is pending. I mean, Battle Creek, but that's not going to be good for Stevens. We can't kid ourselves there. So we're going to see the last bit of these results come in. It's 28,000 vote margin. 80% of Wayne County's in. 89% of Ann Arbor, Washtenaw is in. Ingham County still has 20% left. Oh, Gladwin County came in another 800 vote margin for Stevens. That's, maximizing the amount she could get out of these four counties could have really made a difference. The thumb as well. There were a lot of people who assumed that the rurals would go pretty heavily for Abdul, but they did not after all. More of Macomb just dropped, and Stevens actually increased on her margin in Macomb. A lot of the ballots that are still in Macomb, I think, are a lot of these ballots that are still here are the absentee ballots, and it's just not good for Abdul. It's now a 1.8% margin, back to about 49% to 47%. I don't know where that drop came from, but there was another drop. At this point, I don't think Haley has a chance. The Macomb ballots are better for her than the Wayne ballots. I think the remaining Wayne, it's going to shrink her margin, if anything. 13% of Macomb left still. She might add a couple more thousand out of it. She did catch up on her margin, 2,500 now, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, Battle Creek is still yet to come out. Jackson County just had a small drop. It came in. Stevens officially has won Jackson County. Not going to make too much of a difference with that 500 vote margin, though. Every last vote really did count here, though. I think the Times projection is projecting it as Macomb is going to be better for Stevens, which is true. But I just don't think Wayne is going to be as good for Stevens in the final ballots. It's still 20% of the ballots there, but the regions that need to be counted are not good for Stevens. I mean, maybe Redford and Livonia are good for her, but not Dearborn Heights. And Wyandotte still pending. Wyandotte could definitely go Abdul. I wouldn't bank on it, but it has a chance. Abdul winning Howell and Fowlerville. That's crazy. Just ridiculously interesting coalitions. Abdul winning Grand Blanc, but losing Flint, winning Swartz Creek, winning Flushing, 50-50 in Davison. Just absolutely dominating East Lansing and Lansing proper. Winning Grand Ledge, losing Charlotte. Like winning in Howell and Fowlerville, I would bet. I wonder if he won. Yeah, he won Pinckney. We are at 90% officially, 10% of the vote left to go. Abdul's going to hit 700,000 votes. I think that might be the most in a contentious primary. I mean, the gubernatorial primary back in the day, 2018, 1,131,000 votes. There's an argument that the energy that was shown in this race, 1.4 million votes, is going to translate into a general election. Let's see how contested the governor race was for the Republicans. 863,000 votes. This cannot be good for Republicans. 1.4 million votes for Democrats and 863,000 votes. There's so much more energy on the Democratic side, either for Stevens or for Syed. And Syed's going to need to be able to take this margin and, add it to his own. But the the Republicans have just so much less in the end. And I would say this is actually going to get more significant because a lot of the remaining ballots left are, Democratic leaning areas. Okay, so we have the projection for the Senate. Oh wait, I want to check if Tanadar is still down. Looks like Ayash is down, but the votes in that district probably still aren't counted. Alloway is up. Conyers 3 is up. That's tough for Hollier. Man, he again to lose. Gilmer Hill. I think it's getting to the point where they got to call it now. I'm surprised there hasn't been a big call. NBC News called it for El Sayed. Millennial super socialist. You'll always be famous. You'll always be loved. Wow. Oh man. We still. I was distracted from the results a little bit. I was just on Twitter. But so we have 90% of the vote in. 48.9% for Abdul. It's still a 25,000 vote margin. It's jumped around, 30,000 to 20,000. I think it's solidifying now in that range. Still 20% of the vote in Wayne, but it's mostly West Wayne County where Abdul is going to be doing a little bit better on the margins. Dearborn Heights still out. Now the majority of the votes, 69,000 expected to be coming out of Wayne, 17,000 out of Macomb, 11,000 out of Ingham, 13,000 out of Genesee. Let's see what the Senate race shows. Okay. We're still stuck at 90%. It's now 2:15 a.m. in Michigan. It's 11:15 here in California. And we got really few drops right now. NBC News did call it for Abdul. Let me pull it up. NBC Senate. Projected winner. I want the AP to call it before I end my stream because I don't feel comfortable until the AP calls it. I wonder if VoteHub called it. They're the new Twitter people. Whoa. McMorrow endorses Abdul El-Sayed. So that means McMorrow thinks it's over. So that's pretty quick to endorse a winner. That's before anyone else has called it other than NBC. I don't think they called it. Even like the left Twitter people didn't even call it. AP is going to hold. There were a few more ballots that were counted. I don't know what county. But this is why, I mean, if you build a big lead, even if, you know, there's a cratering at the end, you're going to have enough of a margin to still win. And it looks like here he had enough of a margin, a little bit closer than you would have liked if you were Abdul. It's still a tiny part of Calhoun County that's probably going to go for Stevens. Macomb is going to probably net another 2,000 for Stevens, but that won't be enough for her. Their projecting is 1.5. I still think Wayne has some bad news for Stevens with these. If it wasn't for Dearborn Heights not coming in yet, some of it just came in, and Abdul's winning it by insane margins. Inkster, I expect as well. These are bad places for Stevens to be depending on. Looks like some more of this area came in, some of this, and it's just not really swinging the race either way. Livonia came in. Oh, I totally forgot that. Livonia, it's just a total wash. I mean, 50-50. Right on the margins. Redford will probably go either way too, but Dearborn Heights is going to heavily go Abdul. Some more votes in, but we don't have 91% yet. Pretty much everything in the north is 100% reported. Definitely the UP. There might be like one precinct somewhere. Oh, there was another drop. Ingham actually cratered a little bit in net margin. How much did the net vote go? That was a part of Ingham that was not good for Abdul, but he's still up 25,000. I wonder what part of Ingham that was. Oh, it might be this west side area. That's what they were saying about Ingham having areas that were not that pro-Abdul. I mean, maybe one of these parts came out. Oh, where's the precinct I grew up in? It was like right over here. Big win for Abdul out here. Holy shit. He dominated the MSU districts. I think he got 100% of the vote in one of the Ann Arbor. Or no, he did for the E-Day, but not, I think some absentees went for him, or went for Stevens. Oh, and even more bad news. I think the outer regions of Highland Park are not going good for Stevens, too. Bad news for Stevens, that is. 91% in. This is down to the wire. No AP call as of yet. They must expect a race to crater because of the Macomb amounts. Washtenaw still has some ballots. Ingham being worse for Abdul than the earlier results is not the greatest for him. Charlevoix County. Well, even that island. Allegan still has some votes to count, but it's not going to be too important. No one outside of wow. What a day. Okay. I will say it is pretty crazy that McMorrow already endorsed El Sayed. Sometimes you always need a close election like this just to follow. %91 is in. Still no word on the McKinney Tanadar primary. The two biggest races of the night. I guess you could include the Cori Bush one, but you know she ended up getting 37% of the vote. Just I don't even think she didn't even win in St. Louis. Yeah, you can't run against someone who just beats you the next term. Oh, they just adjusted it down to 90% again. Maybe they found more votes in Wayne or something. Wayne's by far the most undercounted. Macomb has a pretty big amount that's still left for Stevens, I think. That's the best thing she has left going for her, the Macomb ballots. Washtenaw is going to go just Abdul. Ingham's going to keep going to the duel. Kalamazoo's all in. And about 7,000 votes there. Grand Traverse has some stuff left. Berrien has some stuff. Leelanau does too. But Berrien could easily flip to Stevens. I don't know what area of Berrien is still left. Yeah, Ben Harper, outer boroughs. I would assume this probably goes to Stevens, but I don't know. I guess Abdul could win Battle Creek, but I don't know. Nothing from Ludington yet. I'd expect that to be another like very close Abdul win there. And these Flint, there's not going to be too many votes out here. I don't even know if they go that well for Stevens in those areas. We are still pushing forward. We're in 7.5 hours into the stream. A lot longer than I thought it would be tonight, actually. I thought there's a chance that they would actually call this race at poll closing. But I'm still here. AP's still refusing to call the race. They just have it just close enough to not weigh in at least. Um, 1.8% at this point, 25,000 votes, give or take. Still some votes in Washtenaw and Wayne. That's the story of right now. Really absurd, these, how many counties have all of their votes in, and then just a few people left not finishing up. People are kind of going on a victory lap here. We're still getting trickles in. I'm not even really sure where. The discourse is that what? Man, I feel like it's been like 30 minutes of me staring at 90%. I mean, I think AP should call it now. I don't know what they're holding on to it is. It could just be they're waiting on the rest of Wayne, but it's just not looking good. Wait, what happened here? The AP's putting it at 91%. Oh, yeah, it is 91% now. Still 25,000 to the dot. I don't know what you'd be waiting for at this point. Let me check Washington again. They haven't added a single ballot since the past hour. I will say with the NBC call, I think I am set with that. Now let me see if they officially called it. There's definitely some people that are still afraid of making the final call. 91% in. I think they just got a big drop came in from either Macomb, because now it's 22,000. Wait, why is their margin so different? Yeah, New York Times has more in than them now. So Abdul is on the precipice of getting 700,000 votes. Stevens is on the precipice of also getting 700,000 votes. How much is a general election? I mean, definitely more people come out. In 2018, 1.8 million people voted for the Republican. In 2019, 1.9 million. Way more people voted in the primary for this one. A lot more energy on the Democratic side. New York Times knocked down their percentages again to 90% from 91%. I'm thinking I'm getting very close to just ending it here with the NBC call. I want to wait till the AP call. Oh, wait, there's another drop here. Just a couple hundred votes. Yeah, Abdul's actually closing the margin in Wayne right now. I also want to see the 13th district. I guess that should be all for tonight. With all of that counted, we're gonna I'll make the official projection. I mean, McMorrow's already endorsed Abdul. NBC's already stated Abdul won. Going to make the official projection that Abdul has won the election, and we're going to wind it down and call it a night because I can't see the next 20 minutes. They're probably going to call it right when I close it out, but I think they're waiting for 95% just with how close the election is. Definitely not close enough for a recount, though. But yeah, that should be all for now. So appreciate for everyone that watched. I know that was a long stream, but very exciting to cover. I guess final conclusions. I will say, I obviously you'll watch me at the beginning of the stream. I was thinking Abdul could win maybe 10%, 20%. I was wrong on that. There were some counties that were coming in that were like, probably E-Day votes versus absentee ballots. But I was under the assumption based on the polling that Abdul was going to really outperform the election. Turns out he just won. They were able to kind of, a win is a win. A lot of people voted, though. A lot of people all across the spectrum voted. And Abdul's going to see what he can do to build off of his existing coalition and push forward. But yeah, that should be everything for tonight. Thank you all for tuning in.